Close your eyes. Take a slow breath in and let it go. Tonight, you are not yourself. Tonight, you are Amisha Daroon. It is November of 1348. France is being consumed. The Black Death has arrived in Aquitaine, not in the slow rot of sick rooms, but in rats. Millions of them, moving through the dark beneath the earth, beneath the fields, beneath the streets of every town and city, devouring everything they touch. Alongside them march the soldiers of the Holy Inquisition, men in dark armor, moving from village to village, burning and killing in the name of God. Into all of this, 2 children are about to be thrown. You, a 15-year-old girl with a sling, and no understanding of the world outside your estate walls. And your 5-year-old brother Hugo, who has been ill since birth, kept behind closed doors, kept from you, kept from everything. A secret your mother never explained. What follows is a journey through the broken heart of France, through rat-filled catacombs and inquisitor blades, through grief and fire and choices that cost more than you can pay. You will learn what Hugo is, what he carries in his blood, and what it means to protect someone when the whole world is hunting them. You are a noble's daughter, sheltered, safe, raised in forests and autumn mornings and the quiet company of your father. You barely know your brother. Your mother kept him behind a door that was never open to you, and you never pressed her on it because your life was full without him. Your father is still alive. For now, the morning is cold. The leaves are red and gold and falling. Your father calls to you through the trees, and you follow his voice, and for a little while longer, everything is still. The forest outside the Daroon estate is old. You can feel that in the trees, the thickness of their trunks, the way their roots push through the path, the way the bark holds moisture from days of rain. You have walked this forest 100 times. More. You know which paths circle back on themselves, which slopes lead to the river, which clearings hold light in the afternoon. You know it the way you know the rooms of your own house, but you know it differently today. Today your father is with you. Robert Daroon moves ahead of you on the path, broad in the shoulders, unhurried. He has a way of walking through the world as though the world was built for him, not arrogance. Comfort, like a man who knows where his feet belong. You have watched him this way your whole life, from slightly behind, always slightly behind, studying the set of his shoulders, the angle of his head, trying to understand what he is made of so you can understand what you might be made of too. He turns to look back at you. His breath makes a small cloud in the cold air. He says, "Come on then." His voice is warm. That particular warmth that belongs only to him, that you have never heard from anyone else. You catch up. He puts his hand on your shoulder as you fall into step beside him. A brief pressure. It is gone in 2 seconds. You feel it for much longer than that. Lion runs ahead of you both. Your dog, brown and white and built for open ground, his whole back end swinging with the movement of his tail. His nose drops to the path, lifts, drops again. He finds something in a stand of bracken and plunges into it, and comes back with nothing, triumphant anyway. He has no concept of failure. You have always loved him for it. Your father stops at the edge of a clearing. The trees thin here, and the gray sky opens above, letting in enough light to see clearly. At the far end of the clearing stands an apple tree. Old, its bark deeply ridged, its branches bare now, except for 3 apples clinging near the top, red, still holding, improbable against the November sky. He points, he says, the night's challenge. 5 years since you tried it last. You reach for your sling. Your fingers find the leather without looking. The weight of it is familiar across the back of your hand. The pouch, the cords, the way it settles. You have practiced this alone in the lower fields more times than you have told anyone. You have practiced in the early morning before the house is awake, and in the last light of afternoon, and in rain, and in wind. You have not told your father this. You are not sure why. You pick up a stone from the ground, cold and smooth. You feel the weight of it. You breathe out, you draw back, you release. The first apple drops from the tree and lands in the long grass below, with a sound you feel in your chest. Something moves through you, not quite pride, quieter than that. A settling, a rightness. Your father makes a low sound beside you. Approval without words. That sound is worth more to you than he knows. You load the sling again. The second apple falls. Then the third. Your father says nothing for a moment. Then he says, your aim has improved. He sounds both surprised and not surprised. That precise combination. He looks at you, and for a moment the warmth in his face is so complete and uncomplicated that you have to look away. You look at the tree instead. You say, I've been practicing. He says, I know. I've seen you from the window. He knew. He always knew. You turn this knowledge over quietly and put it somewhere safe. You walk on together. Lion runs ahead, nose down, working every trail he finds. The path continues, and the trees thin again into another clearing. Lion stops at its edge. His head comes up. His whole body goes rigid with attention. Then he moves fast, low, nose leading him into the long grass at the center of the clearing. A boar breaks from the undergrowth. Young, dark-bristled, crashing through the ferns. Lion is already after it. Your father says, there. You raise your sling without thinking. The stone leaves your hand. It catches the boar across the flank, and the animal staggers, recovers, and bolts. Into the darker part of the forest, down the slope where the trees grow thick, and the path disappears. Lion does not hesitate. He follows. You follow Lion. The trees close around you quickly. Too quickly. Within 20 steps, the clearing is gone, the gray sky sealed off above by canopy, the light dropping to something green and dim and cold. The path is gone. There is only the sound of lions somewhere ahead, and the sounds of the boar crashing through the undergrowth, and the feeling under your boots that the ground is changing. Softer, wetter, the earth giving slightly where you walk. You go faster, then neither sound, not fading, gone like something cut it. You stop, you breathe. Around you, the forest is completely, entirely silent. No wind in the branches, no birds, nothing. The silence has a texture to it, thick, pressed in, wrong in a way you feel in your back teeth. The color here is different. You notice it now that you have stopped moving. The undergrowth is dark, not shadowed dark. Dark the way old wounds go dark. The leaves on the ground have gone from orange and gold to something black and flat and broken down, matted against the mud as though something has passed over them repeatedly. The air carries a smell that does not belong to November forests. Wet and deep and closed, like something rotten held underground for a long time. You call Lion's name. Your voice sounds wrong out here, too small for the quiet around it. You call again. Nothing. You push through the undergrowth, another 30 steps, and you find the boar. You find what the boar has become. It is in a small hollow between two roots. Bones, just bones, stripped completely clean, the white of them almost glowing in the dim light. The boar you hit with your stone 2 minutes ago. The boar that was alive and running 2 minutes ago. There is no flesh, no hide, no blood that you can see. Just bones, perfectly clean, as though something has passed over the animal and taken everything that was soft. You stand very still. Your hands are at your sides. You do not breathe. The smell is stronger here, rising from the ground, from below the ground. Then you hear Lion, not barking, not the sounds he makes when he has found something. The other sound, the one you have never heard from him in all the years he has been yours. Low and broken and continuous, coming from somewhere ahead and below, from the direction of a darkness between the roots where the earth has opened. You run. He is there, at the edge of a hole in the earth, a hole that was not a hole before, that looks like something forced its way up or pulled its way down. Lion is at the edge of it, alive, alive and making that sound. He is looking at you. His dark eyes are on your face. His front legs are scrabbling at the earth, and his back half is already inside the darkness, already below the surface, and the ground around the hole is moving, churning, alive with something beneath it. You get to your knees. You reach for him. His name is in your throat, but it does not come out. You reach for him, and he reaches for you and your fingers almost. He is gone. One moment he is there. One moment his eyes are on your face. Then the ground closes, and he is not there, and the forest is silent again, and your hands are in the empty air above the earth. You kneel at the edge of the hole. The dirt under your hands is cold, colder than the air, colder than anything should be. You do not move for a long time. Your father's hand comes to your shoulder. He does not say anything. There is nothing to say. He crouches beside you in the dark between the trees, and he puts his hand on your shoulder, and he leaves it there. He says, "We go back." You stand. You look at the hole in the earth one more time. You go back. You walk faster than you came. Your father does not run. He is a man who does not run, who faces things at a walk and trusts himself to handle them when they arrive. But he walks with a purpose now that was not there before. And you walk beside him and try to match it, and try to keep the thoughts quiet in your body. The thoughts that live in your hands, in the cold along the back of your neck, in the place between your shoulder blades. Lion does not come. You do not call for him again. Something tells you not to. The estate appears through the tree line. Gray stone, chimneys, smoke from the fires, familiar. You feel the relief of it physically, a softening in the muscles of your shoulders. You know those walls. You know what is inside them. You know how to be safe there. You cross the grounds. A stable boy comes out of the stable with his head down and does not look up as he passes you. Two of the household servants stand near the well in low conversation and stop talking when they see you. Their faces are closed, tight at the corners. Something is already happening here. You can feel it the way you feel, whether before it arrives. You go inside. The staircase, the upper corridor, the door at the end that is always closed. Your mother's voice comes from behind it. You stop at the door. You put your hand flat against the wood for a moment. Then you push it open. Beatrice de Rune stands in the center of the room with her back to you. She is bent over her work, glass instruments on the table, small vials, something heating over a flame. The smell is sharp and herbal and precise, something between medicine and workshop. She does not turn when you enter. The room is warm, too warm compared to the corridor. A fire fed high in the corner, and in the bed against the far wall, propped up against pillows, a blanket pulled to his chest, is your brother, Hugo, 5 years old, small for it, skin the color of paper left too long inside, dark eyes that are watching you with a seriousness that looks strange on such a young face. He watches you the way you might watch something uncertain, carefully, giving nothing away. You have not been in this room many times. You are not encouraged. You are not forbidden exactly. It was simply understood. Your mother says, still without turning, "Not now, Amisha." Her hands move between the vials. She is measuring something, drop by drop. Her focus is total. You know that focus. You have grown up beside it and on the outside of it for 15 years. You say, "I was looking for you." Your voice fills the warm room completely. She says later. Hugo says, "Hello." Quiet, formal, as though you are a visitor he is receiving properly. You say hello back. You look at him. He looks at you. He is your brother. You do not know what to say to him. This has always been true, and you have never said it to anyone. Your mother says, "Close the door behind you, please." You close the door. You are on the other side of it again. The warmth does not follow. You stand in the corridor and listen to the silence of the house. Then you hear the horses. The sound of them comes up from the courtyard below. Hooves on stone, multiple horses, moving fast and stopping hard. Not a delivery, not a visitor. The sound of arrival with intent behind it. The sound of men who know where they are going and why. You go to the window at the far end of the corridor. Below, in the courtyard, soldiers are dismounting. Dark armor, the cross of the Inquisition on their chests. You count them and stop counting. There are too many. They are spreading across the grounds already, efficient and unhurried, the way men move when they know the advantage is theirs. Your father's voice rises from somewhere below. Contained, formal, the voice he uses when he is managing something. Another voice, flat and authoritative, cuts through it. Your hands close on the window ledge. The stone is very cold. You leave the window. You go back down the stairs. Your father is in the great hall. He stands in the center of it, as though he belongs there, which he does, which he always has. And in front of him stands the soldier who leads them. Heavy built, a closed, practiced face. The kind of face that has seen this before and expects nothing to surprise it. Other soldiers are already moving through the rooms. You can hear them. Doors, furniture, the systematic sound of a search. You stop at the bottom of the stairs. You do not enter the hall. You watch from the doorway. The soldier says your family name. He says it in the tone of a charge. He says heresy. He says the boy. He says you will surrender him. Your father says, "You will not come into my house and speak to me this way." His voice has not changed. It is perfectly level. It is the same voice that said, "Come on then," in the forest this morning. That said your aim has improved. That was warm in the cold air. Only now it is carrying something heavier than warmth. The soldier looks past your father. He looks at you. A brief look. Assessing, he looks back. Your father says, "You will not touch my family." 2 soldiers move. It happens before you understand it is happening. They take your father by the arms. He fights them. He is a large man. He is strong. He is someone who has never in his life accepted being held against his will. He struggles, and it does not matter. There are too many of them. They force him to his knees on the stone floor of his own hall. Of the hall he was born in. Of the hall where he taught you to use the sling, where he sat at the head of the table and was your father, where he was everything a father is supposed to be. You do not move. You are in the doorway, and your hands are on the doorframe, and you do not move. You cannot. Your body has made a decision without you. You watch. You make yourself watch. One movement, fast, and then Robert Daroon is gone. Your father is gone. The hall is the same. The fire is the same. The stone floors and the high windows and the smell of wood smoke. All exactly the same, and your father is gone from it, and the thing you are feeling is not something that has a name yet. It is too large to have a name yet. It is in your chest and your throat and behind your eyes, and it is the largest thing you have ever felt. And you hold it there, in your body, because there is nowhere for it to go. A servant screams somewhere in the house. The sound cuts off. The soldier who gave the order is already looking away, speaking to another man, moving on to the next thing. Your father's death is already behind him. Something in you goes hard, not cold hard, the way iron goes hard when it cools, not numb, solid. You feel it happen in your chest like a door closing, not because you are brave, because there is no alternative to it, because across the hall from you, in a room upstairs, is a small boy who cannot run well, and you are the only person left. You turn, you go back up the stairs, you move. Your mother is already in the corridor with Hugo by the hand. She has heard everything. She knows. Her face is not what you expected. No tears, no shaking. Her jaw is set. Her eyes are fast, moving to you, to the sound of the soldiers below, to the window, to the path ahead. She says, "Come now." She does not look back to see if you follow. She knows you will. She takes you through the back of the house. Narrow passages. Servants' corridors behind the main walls that you barely knew were there. The house you thought you knew completely reveals a second self, thin passages, hidden stairs, the root of people who kept the house running from the inside of its walls. Your mother navigates it without hesitation. She has known these passages. She has been planning this. Some part of her was always planning this. Hugo struggles. He is not built for this pace, for this world. His legs are short, and his body does not have the reserves that yours does. He does not complain. He concentrates. His face is clenched with the effort of keeping up, and he keeps up. You stay close behind. Your hand goes to his shoulder when the passage narrows. You are useful here. You are needed. You hold on to that. Below and around you, in the rooms you pass above, you can hear the soldiers breaking, overturning, the systematic destruction of your home. The sound of every room you grew up in being taken apart. Your mother brings you out through the kitchen, into the garden. Cold air, wide sky, the smell of the herb garden and the cold earth, and somewhere smoke. The morning light has gone gray and flat. She moves along the garden wall. Hugo reaches a fence that he cannot climb. You feel how light he is when you take his other side. Lighter than he should be. The weight of a bird. You lift him more than he climbs and get him over, and he lands on the other side and looks up at you and nods once, seriously. Like someone receiving help and acknowledging it. You climb over after him. Your mother is already moving. The grounds, the orchard, the path down toward the river. She knows exactly where she is going. She is not running. Running makes noise. She walks fast, purposefully, the way your father walked through the forest this morning. That thought hits you somewhere in the chest like a stone, and you push it aside and keep moving. She stops, you stop. She turns to face you. She takes you by both arms. Her hands are strong. You never knew how strong her hands were. She looks at your face. She says, "Follow the river south." She says, "There is a man called Laurentius, a doctor. He knows about Hugo. Go to him." She says his name of the town. She says, "Do not stop. Do not trust soldiers either side. Do not let them see Hugo." You say, "Come with us." She does not answer that. She says, "You can do this." She says, "I know you can." Her hands on your arms for one more second. You feel them. You try to hold the sensation of them, the firmness of her grip, the warmth through your coat. You hold it the way you hold a stone before a throw, like something you might need later. Then she lets go. She says, "Run." Hugo's hand finds yours. Small fingers. He grips hard. You run. The garden path. The grass. The mud at the low point by the orchard wall. Hugo runs beside you, and you feel how hard it is for him. The pull of his small hand against yours. The effort of his breathing at your side. You take more of his weight without slowing. You do not look back. Behind you, fading, you hear your mother's voice, not calling to you, speaking to someone else, to whoever has come into the garden. Her voice is level, controlled, the way it was in Hugo's room when she said, "Not now," Amisha, that same total focus, but directed at something else now. At someone she is holding in place. Hugo says something between strides. A word, a question, something you cannot hear through the sound of your own running and the blood in your ears. You do not answer. You keep moving. You keep his hand. The river, it appears through the trees below, dark water, moving, reflecting the pale sky. You reach the bank and stop. Your chest heaves. Your legs are shaking in a way they try to hide. You look back, the estate through the trees, the walls, the windows, smoke still rising from the chimneys as though nothing has happened, as though the fires are still being tended, as though your father is still in the hall, and your mother is still in Hugo's room with her instruments and her quiet focus. Your mother is not here. She is not on the path behind you. She is not coming. You know what that means. You have known it since she let go of your arms. You knew it then, and you held the feeling the way you held the stone before the throw. And now you let it go. You let it go because there is no choice, and holding things that have no choice is a waste of what you need. Hugo stands beside you, his hand in yours, his breath coming fast. He looks up at you, and his face is too young for what it is holding. He is 5 years old, and he understands something has happened, and he is looking at you because you are all he has left to look at. Your hands are still shaking. You look at them and stop them. You look south. The river runs south through the trees, through whatever France has become since the rats started moving, since the Inquisition started burning, since the world decided it wanted your brother for something you do not yet understand. You have a sling. You have stones. You have no map and no plan and no understanding of what is ahead of you. You say, "Come on." You say it quietly, to Hugo, to yourself, to both of you. You turn south and you walk. Hugo walks beside you. You do not let go of his hand. Behind you, the estate disappears into the trees. The smoke from its chimneys disappears. The walls, the windows, the sounds of the soldiers, all of it gone, swallowed by the forest and the distance. And then it is just you and him, moving through the dark between the trees in the cold of a November morning, moving through a France that no longer has a single safe place in it. You keep walking. You keep his hand. You do not look back. The river stays with you, dark and fast and constant to your right. Hugo walks beside you. He has not spoken since the estate disappeared behind you. His hand is in yours, and his grip has not loosened, and his feet keep moving. And that is all there is. You follow the sound of the river south the way your mother told you. South. That is the entire map. That and a name, Laurentius, a doctor who knows about Hugo. Everything else is the road, and the cold, and the gray sky, and the sound of the water. You walk. Fields open around you between the trees. Turned earth, black with rain. A farmhouse with its shutters closed. Another further along, also dark. The whole countryside pulled inward, doors shut against something that is already everywhere. Hugo slows beside you. He says, "I'm hungry." He says it the way he says most things, straightforward, without complaint in it. A statement of fact requiring a solution. You look around. Just ahead, beside a low stone wall, an apple tree. Old, its bark dark and rough. A handful of apples still clinging to the higher branches, small and red and cold-looking. You climb the wall. You reach up and bring one down. You carry it back and put it in his hands. He looks at it. He says, "Thank you." He says it very formally, the way he said hello in his room this morning, as though he is still learning the language of being around someone other than his mother. He eats while he walks. You keep moving. The village appears through a gap in the hedgerow. You smell it first, wood smoke, and beneath it the sharp chemical bite of vinegar, the smell of people trying everything against something they cannot stop. Then the sound. Voices. Not quiet village voices. Something louder. Rougher. The kind of sound a crowd makes when it has decided something. You slow. Hugo finishes the apple. He looks at the village. The houses are close together, stone, low-roofed. And on every door, every lintel, every post, a white cross painted in rough, hurried strokes. You know what that means. Everyone in France knows what that means by now. You go forward. The first street is empty, but the sound of the crowd is close, coming from the square ahead, from the center of the village. You pull Hugo close to the wall. You move carefully, staying in the shadow of the houses, edging toward the edge of the square to see. You say, in the square, a fire. Large, fed high, the smoke going black and heavy into the gray sky. Around it, men. A dozen of them, maybe more, rough-clothed, armed with staffs and torches. And at the fire, you look, and then you look away, and then you force yourself to look again. Because this is the world you are in now, and looking away from it does not change it. Women accused, bound. The man leading them is large and loud, and absolutely certain of himself. He has a torch in one hand, and a voice that carries across the square without effort, the voice of a man who has given speeches before and enjoyed giving them. Conrad Malfort. You learn his name later, but you know his type now. The kind of man who calls murder a service and has convinced enough people around him to make it true. Conrad says things about cleansing, about God's work, about what must be done for the village to survive. The crowd listens. The crowd agrees. You press Hugo's head against your side, so he is looking at the stone wall and not the square. He lets you do this without asking why. He seems to understand, in the way he seems to understand many things, that there are things being protected from him here, and that the protection is itself a form of information. You move back along the wall, around the square, away from the fire. You need to get through the village and out the other side, and the only way through is around. You take Hugo through a workshop, a leatherworker's space, dark and smelling of hide and oil, tools hanging on the walls. Through the back of it, and out into a walled garden, through the garden, over a low fence at the far side. Conrad's men are moving through the village too, spreading out, looking. They have not seen you yet. You press into a doorway when two of them pass close. Hugo presses with you, small and silent, his breathing controlled. He is learning this too, how to be invisible. It comes to him faster than it should for someone his age, and you file that away without letting yourself think too hard about what it means. A third man comes around the corner and sees you. You are already moving. Through the next gap, along the wall, into the alley behind the baker's building. You know it is a baker's because the smell of old bread is still in the stones, even though the oven has not been lit in days. Hugo keeps pace. You round the corner and nearly run into an old woman coming the other way. She says, "Here." She says it quickly, with no explanation. She pulls open a door beside her and gestures. You go in. The house is small. Low ceiling, warm from a fire that has been going all day. The woman closes the door behind you and shoots the bolt. She looks at you and Hugo with quick dark eyes, reading you the way someone reads a map, taking what is useful and filing the rest. Her name is Clervy. She does not ask for explanations. She sits you at the table and puts bowls of broth in front of you. The smell of it fills your chest before you have lifted the spoon. You did not know until this moment how hungry you were, how cold, how much your body had been spending on keeping moving without telling you the cost. Hugo wraps both hands around his bowl. He is warm for the first time since this morning. Clervy says, "Upstairs." There are dry clothes in the chest. She says it toward the fire, not toward you, the way people say things that are offers pretending to be information. You take Hugo up the narrow stairs. The room above is low and plain. The chest is cedar, old, the lid heavy. Inside, clothes, simple, a size or two too large. You and Hugo change. The feeling of dry fabric is so ordinary and so enormous at the same time that you have to stand still for a moment with your eyes closed, just to let it land. Hugo is already back downstairs when you come down. He is watching Clervy with his careful eyes. She says, "The workshop is in the back. There is leather there and tools. Your sling wants attention, girl. I can see it from here." She can. She is right. You go out to the small yard, to the workbench under the lean-to roof. Strips of leather, the tools for working it. You improve the sling with your hands while your mind does its other work, the work of not thinking about this morning, not thinking about your father on the floor of the hall, not thinking about your mother's voice going quiet behind you in the garden. Your hands stay busy. You keep the rest of it filed somewhere that does not have access to your hands. When you come back inside, Clervy is still by the fire, and Hugo is still watching her. She says, "You are looking for someone." You say, "A man named Laurentius, a doctor." She looks at the fire. She says, "The monks at the church near the South Road. They will know of him." She says it like she has known this for a while and has been waiting for the question. Hugo says, "The church." You say, "Yes." He thinks about this. He nods. The fire burns. The warmth of the room is complete and wrong, because nothing should be this warm and this quiet on a day like this. It sits on your skin like something borrowed. Hugo says, still looking at his bowl, "Where is Mother?" The word goes into the quiet and stays there. You look at the table. You look at your hands. You look at the grain of the wood and the shadow of the bowl's rim on the table's surface. You say, "She is not coming." Hugo looks up. His dark eyes find your face. He is 5 years old, and he has no mechanism for not believing the things he does not want to believe. None of us do at 5. Most of us build one as we get older, from necessity. Hugo has not had the chance yet. He says, "Why?" You say, "She stayed, so we could go." He says, "She will come when she can. She will find us." You say, "Hugo." He says, "She knows where we are going. Laurentius, she will come there." You say, as gently as you can, and as directly as you have to, "She is not coming." Hugo stands. The stool scrapes. He says, very quiet, very precise, the precision of a person keeping something in with both hands, "You are wrong." And then he goes through the door, and the door stands open on the cold outside. Clervy says, not looking up from her mending, "A child never runs away without a reason." You go out after him. The street, cold, late in the day, the light failing fast. Hugo is ahead, moving faster than he should be able to. He is not crying. He is walking like someone trying to outpace something that lives inside their own chest, clenched, determined, refusing. You call his name. He does not stop. Then Conrad Malfort steps out of an alleyway directly in front of Hugo. He is bigger up close than he looked from the edge of the square. He looks down at the small, white-faced boy who has nearly walked into him. Then he looks up and finds you. His face changes. He knows what you are, strangers, the thing he has been looking for, the thing he can make useful to his sermon. He says, "Here they are." He has a sword, heavy armor, plate at the chest, and shoulders, pauldrons, a helm that closes over the face. He is not a soldier. He is a village man who has gotten armor from somewhere, from someone who is no longer using it. But the armor is real, and the sword is real. Hugo steps back. Your sling is in your hand. Conrad advances. He is not fast. The armor does not allow fast, but he is steady, and he has done this before, faced someone smaller and been certain of the outcome. He raises the sword and brings it down in a heavy arc, and you are already moving to the side, already out of the path of it, your feet doing what the body learns from morning after morning in the lower fields. The sword buries itself in the mud. While he hauls at it, you load and release. The stone catches the strap at the shoulder, the leather binding that holds the pauldron. The plate swings loose, hits the ground, leaves the shoulder beneath exposed. He gets the sword free. He advances again. You do the same thing. Let him bring the blow. Let the weapon bury itself. Another stone, another strap. The chest plate buckles and drops. He is slower now, with the weight redistributed, angrier. The anger making him bigger and less careful at the same time. Hugo has moved to the wall. He is watching. He is not hiding. He is watching, with his full, careful attention, the way he watches everything he is trying to learn from. Conrad swings. The sword goes deep into the wooden post of the well. He strains at it, face red, and while he strains you load, and you raise, and you take the strap at the helm. The helmet drops. It rings against the cobblestones. His head is bare. You raise the sling a last time. He sees you doing it. He sees exactly what is about to happen, and he has time a second, maybe two, to know it. You release. Conrad Melfort goes down. The square is quiet. The sound of the village stops. Then it starts again, all at once louder. The crowd that has been somewhere nearby finding out that their leader is not moving. Voices, running feet on cobblestones. A sound building toward you from 3 directions. Hugo is at your side. He says, "Run." You say, "Run." You run. The crowd is everywhere now, at the end of every alley, turning around every corner, the village becoming a net that is closing. You pull Hugo through the gaps, between the houses, through a yard with a broken gate, up and over a wall. The shouting stays close behind you. You are faster than they expected. Hugo is faster than they expected. There is something particular about running when the alternative is worse than running. The body finds resources it did not know it had. The church at the end of the street. Its doors are standing open, left open, old stone church, always open. You go through them. The dark inside swallows you. You pull the doors closed. You push Hugo down behind the nearest pew. You press your back against the cold wood and breathe. Outside, The crowd reaches the church and stops. You can hear them through the walls, voices, lower now, uncertain. The church is sanctuary. Even Conrad's ruffians, even now, hold that line. They are angry enough to burn women in a square, but not quite angry enough to come through a church door after 2 children. The voices fade, slowly. Then they are gone. The church is cold and dark and very quiet. A few candles, the smell of old stone and the faint ghost of incense. The benches, the altar at the far end with its carved figures looking down at nothing in particular. Hugo is sitting on the floor with his back against the pew, his knees pulled up. He is looking at the floor between his feet. He is not crying. He is doing the thing he does instead of crying, holding very still, very focused, as though stillness is itself a form of control. You sit beside him, close, your shoulder against his. You do not say anything. There is nothing to say. You have just killed a man in front of him, and your mother is not coming, and your father is gone, and you are sitting on the floor of a church in a village that just tried to mob you. And there is nothing in that collection of facts that a sentence can help. You sit with him in the quiet. That is all. After a while, he shifts. He moves closer so that his head is against your arm. He does not ask you to move. You do not move. The candles burn. The stone holds its cold. Hugo points, after a while, to something above, a gap in the upper wall of the nave, a window where the stained glass has broken and fallen away. The lead tracery still in place, but the colored pieces gone, leaving just the gray of the outside sky coming through. A ladder leaning against the wall below it. Access, maybe, for repairs that have not happened in years. You say, up there. He says, it goes to the courtyard. I can see the roof. You go up the ladder first, then help him through. The lead tracery of the broken window scrapes across your coat. Then open air, colder than the inside of the church, gray sky above, and the inner courtyard of the monastery spread below. Stone paving. A dead garden along one wall. An archway leading further into the complex. And a man, old, thin, dark-robed, standing in the courtyard with his arms at his sides, watching you both come down from the window with an expression that cannot quite decide between alarm and disapproval. He says, children should not be climbing through church windows. He says it with the reflex of a person who has said this kind of thing for 30 years and only occasionally believed it applied. Then he sees Hugo. Not Hugo's face, Hugo's neck. The pendant hanging there. The de Rune crest, silver, old, the kind of crest that has been in a family long enough to have a particular quality of oldness. The monk goes still. He looks at it for a long moment. He looks at Hugo's face. He says, Darun. Hugo says, yes. The monk says, your mother is Beatrice Darun. Hugo says, yes, his voice careful, watchful. The monk is quiet for a moment. Then he says, I know that name. Laurentius of Metz. I know that name too. He says it to himself as much as to you. Something rearranging behind his eyes. Something being decided. Hugo crouches down in the corner of the courtyard. He picks something from the gap between the stones. A carnation, pale pink, improbable in the gray of November, growing up through a crack in the paving. He looks at it. He comes to you and stands on his toes and puts it carefully in your hair, above your ear. He steps back to look at it. He nods, satisfied. You look at him. He shrugs, as though this required no explanation, and then looks back at the monk. Father Thomas, he gives you his name. Finally, Father Thomas, thin and old, and wearing the expression of someone who had plans for this afternoon, and is now revising them, says, there is a way out. A tunnel system beneath the church, the crypt of the three saints. It comes out on the south road. He pauses. He says, I must warn you, it is not entirely safe. You say, we need to get to Laurentius. Father Thomas says, I know. He says it as though this matters to him. As though Laurentius's name is something he has been keeping somewhere and has been waiting to have reason to use. He says, follow me. Do not leave the light, under any circumstances. He takes a torch from the sconce by the archway. He checks its flame. He says, do not leave the light. You go down. The entrance to the crypt is through a low door at the base of the monastery's oldest wall. Stone steps, worn deep at the center, cold radiating up from below. The smell comes immediately, deep old dark, the cold of places that have been cold since before anyone alive was born. Father Thomas goes first with the torch. You follow. Hugo close beside you. The crypt of the three saints opens beneath the monastery like a world that has been waiting. Low arched ceilings, columns, alcoves in the walls where the stone faces of carved figures watch without seeing. Candles in iron, brackets at intervals, lighting just enough to move by, leaving the spaces between the columns in real darkness. Father Thomas moves with the purpose of someone who has been here before, who knows these passages. His torch throws long shadows that wheel and merge behind him. He says over his shoulder, stay together, he says. Do not let the light go out. The first passage. The second. The carved faces in the alcoves. The cold of the stone through the soles of your boots. Then the torch goes out. All of the candles go out. Not one, all of them. Everywhere. At once. as though something drew a hand across the whole crypt and closed everything that was burning. The dark is total. Hugo's hand finds yours and crushes it. Father Thomas says something. A prayer, Latin, old, the words of a man, reaching for the deepest thing he knows, when the present moment exceeds him. Then the sound, from the floor, from the walls, from everywhere at once, and from below all of it, that sound. The sound you know. From this morning in the forest, from the ground beneath the trees, where the boar's bones lay white and clean. The churning, shifting, living sound of earth that is not only earth. Father Thomas does not say any more Latin. Then there is only silence where he was. Hugo presses into your side. You can feel him shaking. You are shaking too, in the legs, in the shoulders, in the deep muscles of the back. You do not let it reach your hands. You reach for the wall, the iron bracket, the torch. Your hands find it in the total dark by touch alone. Then the pouch at your hip, flint, steel, Clervy's gift. You will thank her if you ever see her again. You strike. Once, twice, the torch takes. Light explodes back into the crypt. Columns, arches, the carved faces in the alcoves, all of it suddenly and completely itself again. Where Father Thomas was standing, only stone floor, only shadow. You look once, and then you do not look again. Hugo is looking at you. His face is the same color as the carved stone. You say, look at the torch, not the dark. He pulls his eyes to the flame. He nods. One nod, small and definite. You move. Hugo begins lighting the lower brackets as you pass them, the ones he can reach, without you asking, working in silence, doing the thing that needs doing. You go from bracket to bracket, keeping the passage behind you bright, keeping the darkness driven back, keeping the rule Father Thomas gave you the only way it can now be kept. Light, stay in the light. At a junction, the passage ahead is blocked, the darkness between the columns shifting and churning with movement, with the sound of it, the smell of it. Old and wet and wrong. No other way through. Above the junction, hanging from the vaulted ceiling on an iron chain, a brazier still lit, its coals going orange in the darkness. Light enough to see by, but not enough to clear the floor below. You raise your sling. You aim at the chain mounting. You release. The chain snaps. The brazier drops. In the enclosed stone of the crypt, the sound of it landing is something the ears were not designed to hear. It bounces from every wall and comes back from directions that do not make sense. A concussion that you feel in your ribs and your back teeth. Hugo has both palms pressed hard over his ears. He is not closing his eyes. He watches. The floor clears. You go through. Further in, A long passage, dark, the kind of dark that the wall torches do not reach. No brackets on these walls, just stone and cold and the sound from below and the far end invisible. Beside the entrance to the passage, a pile of sticks, cut wood, dry, left here for exactly this. You take one. You hold it to the torch. It catches. You have one burning stick. One stick between you and what lives in the dark. You go. The passage is longer than it looks. It is always longer than it looks. You walk toward the far end, holding the stick high, watching the flame, watching the edges of the light. Hugo walks exactly in step with you, not behind, exactly beside, placing himself entirely inside the circle of light, as though the light is something he can stand within and be safe, which it is, which is the only rule down here. The stick burns. It burns faster than you would like. You count the steps and try not to count the steps and count them anyway. At the far end of the passage, a brazier, unlit, cold, waiting. You reach it with the stick still burning. Barely. The flame shrunk to a finger's width, guttering with your movement. You hold it to the brazier's coals. It catches. Light fills the end of the passage and the room beyond it. You breathe. You do not say anything to Hugo. He does not say anything to you. Some things are only made real by speaking, and you are both, in this moment, choosing to leave them unspoken. A barricade across the passage ahead, old timber, stacked, collapsed slightly, no longer serving whatever purpose it was built for. You go over it. Hugo scrambles up and over after you. No hesitation, no complaint. His body doing what it is told. Then the sound changes. Not from below now, from the sides, from the walls themselves. A bursting, breaking sound, and the walls are moving, the stone moving, sections of it giving way, and from the gaps. You run, and Hugo runs, and you do not look at the walls. The end of the passage is ahead, the faintest gray pushing down from somewhere above, and you go toward it the way you go toward the only thing in a room that is not on fire. Stairs, stone worn. You go up them at a pace that leaves no thought in your body except up. 1 step, 5, 10. A door handle. You hit it with your shoulder. Open air. Gray sky. Wide and cold and real. The smell of the outside world, mud, grass, November. The ordinary smell of a France that exists above ground. The monastery wall behind you. Ahead, a dirt road running south through fields, disappearing into trees at the far end. You stop, you breathe. The cold comes in deep and fills your lungs, and you let it. You stand in it. You let your legs shake now that there is ground under them, and sky above, and no more walls. Hugo stands beside you. his chest heaving, his face streaked with crypt dust. He is looking at the sky the way you are looking at it, like someone verifying that it still exists. He says, "There were a lot of them." You say, "Yes." He is quiet. Then he says, "The priest." You say nothing. He says, "He told us not to leave the light." You say, "I know." He thinks about this for a moment. He looks at the road ahead. He says, "We didn't." You look at him. His face is very serious and very young and very steady. You say, "No, we didn't." He nods. He looks south. The road goes between the fields, and at the end of it, somewhere, is Laurentius. You say, "Come on." He falls into step beside you. The church is behind you. The crypt is below you. The village is behind you and to the north, and Conrad Melfort will not trouble anyone again. And your father's voice said your aim has improved this morning in a forest that is already impossibly far away. You walk south. You keep his hand. The road opens and you follow it. The road south runs through flat country, fields on both sides, the trees thinning out. The sky is wide and low, and the same color it has been all day, the gray of wool left outside too long. Hugo walks beside you. He has been quieter since the church, since the crypt, since the priest who told you not to leave the light, and then was not there when the lights went out. He has not asked about your mother again. Whether this is acceptance or a decision to wait for better ground, you cannot tell. You walk. A windmill appears in the distance, its sails turning slowly against the gray sky. A landmark, a fixed point. Somewhere near it is the farm your mother's name pointed you toward, Laurentius, a doctor, a man who knows about Hugo. The sails turn and turn, and you follow them. The path narrows as you approach the river. The bridge ahead should have been straightforward. It is not. You see them before they see you, soldiers in Inquisition colors, 3 of them, standing at the bridge's mouth. Nicholas's men, already here, already ahead of you. You pull Hugo back into the tree line. He says, "Another way." You say, "Yes." You go along the bank, where the river narrows to a shallow stream you can cross on stepping stones, the water cold and fast around your boots. Hugo lifting his feet high with the particular concentration of someone determined not to fall. He does not fall. You get across. The far bank brings you into an orchard. The trees are old and gnarled, and the grass beneath them long. It would be peaceful if it were not for the soldiers moving between the rows. Inquisition men, 2 and 3 at a time, stationed at the bottlenecks, watching the approaches. You move slowly. You pick up stones from the ground. You throw them, one to the left to turn a man's head, then through the gap on the right, while his back is to you. Hugo pressed close behind you, His breath controlled the way yours has taught him to make it. Then Hugo is not behind you. You turn. He is gone. You look for him in the trees, and you do not see him, and the particular cold that has no name moves through you. And then you hear it from behind a wide oak to your left. A small, held-in sound. The sound of someone trying very hard not to laugh. You circle the tree. You come around the far side of it, fast, and Hugo startles back, caught. His attempt to hide and frighten you completely undone. He looks up at you with an expression caught between embarrassment and delight. You stare at him. He says, "I was going to scare you." You say very quietly, "I know." You take his hand and you keep moving. The orchard ends at a lane leading south. The windmill is closer now, its sails larger against the sky. A dead Inquisition soldier lies at the edge of the lane, face down in the mud, which tells you two things. The rats were here before you, and they are still ahead of you. The farm is near. Then Hugo makes a sound. Not a word. A short, involuntary sound. The kind a person makes when something hits them that they cannot explain. He stops walking. His free hand goes to his temple. His weight shifts against your arm. You catch him before he goes down. His eyes are still open, but he is not entirely behind them. The headache, the episodes, the dizzy spells that have been coming more frequently since the forest. This one is worse than the others. He cannot walk. He cannot hold himself upright. You put him on your back. He is not heavy. He is 5 years old and not heavy. But he is the whole weight of everything, and you carry him toward the farmhouse with his head against your shoulder and his hands holding the front of your coat, and you do not stop. The lane opens onto a field, and the field explains the smell you have been walking into for the last few minutes. The Inquisition had been here. They had placed pig carcasses at intervals across the open ground, animals slaughtered and left, and at sunset, the rats came up for them. The ground between you and the farmhouse gate is moving, not moving the way wind moves grass, moving the way water moves when something is boiling beneath the surface. There is a cart near the field's edge, a brazier mounted on it, still lit. You set Hugo down. You tell him, stay close to the light. You get your hands on the cart and you push. The rats fall back from the wheel of firelight as you move it forward. Not far, not fast, but enough. You steer it through the field, the rats churning around the edge of the light, pressing in and then retreating, pressing in and retreating, until the farmhouse gate is in front of you and you are through it. You push open the gate. The farmyard is quiet in the way that places go quiet when what was living in them has recently stopped. Tools left where they were set down. A dog somewhere out of sight that does not bark. The house at the far end of the yard, its door standing open. A thin line of smoke from the chimney. You go inside with Hugo. Inside the farmhouse, a boy looks up when you enter. He is about your age, perhaps a year younger, perhaps the same. Dark-eyed, narrow-faced, wearing a long work apron over plain clothes. He looks at you and Hugo with an expression that is assessing and careful, and already moving past surprise to practicality. He is sitting beside the bed at the far end of the room. He says, "You must be the Darun children." He says it the way a person says something they have been expecting to have to say eventually. He says, "I am Luca's. I apprentice here." He pauses. He says, "He is not well." He says it before you can ask. He says, "Stay back from him if you can." Laurentius is in the bed at the far end of the room. You know immediately from across the room what Lucas meant by not well. The man in the bed has the plague. The signs of it are unmistakable. The color, the breathing, the way the body goes still in places it should not be still. He is not dying from this moment, but he is on the way, and the way is not long. He turns his head when you come in. His eyes find Hugo first. He looks at him for a long moment. Then he looks at you. He says, "Amisha." His voice is careful, stripped down to what it needs to be. He says, "I knew your mother." He says, "I know what she was trying to do." Hugo stays near the door. He is watching Laurentius with his full attention, the way he watches everything that he does not yet have a category for. Laurentius says, "There is an ancient evil in your blood, in your family. It has been there for generations, and it has slept." He says, "The plague woke it." He says, "What is waking in Hugo has been dormant since before any of us were born, and the great break, this plague, this one now, has roused it. Your mother and I worked for years to understand it, to slow it." He pauses to breathe. He says, "There is not time to finish that work now." He looks at you again. His eyes are clear in the sick face. Whatever the plague has taken from him, it has not taken that. He says, "You must protect him, Amisha. Continue your mother's work." He says, "Go to Chateau d'Ombridge, the old Darun property. Lucas knows the way. You will be safe there long enough to understand what must be done." He stops. The effort of it shows in the muscles of his face and throat. You say, "We will find you thereafter." He does not answer that. He looks at Hugo one more time. He says, "Brave boy." Hugo says nothing. He is holding everything he is feeling in the particular way he holds things, completely, without showing the seams. Lucas takes you to the barn. There are rats around it, not the main swarm, but scouts. The advance of it, slipping under the boards and through the gaps in the walls. The underground laboratory is beneath the barn, and to reach it, you need the rats out of the way. Luca says, there is a pig. He says it practically, the way someone says a thing they have already decided about. He takes you to where the feed bag is, and he takes one side and you take the other, and you drag it to the barn and scatter it inside the door. The pig follows the smell. Hugo watches. You close the barn door. Hugo says, the pig. You say, I know. He looks at you. He does not argue further. He holds it the way he holds the difficult things, in some interior place where he keeps them, and does not let them out until he has decided what to do with them. The rats move toward the pig. The path around to the barn's side entrance opens up. Lucas leads you up through the upper level and down a ladder into the laboratory below. The laboratory is a hidden alchemical workspace beneath the barn, jars of compounds on shelves, instruments on the workbench, a fire in the small hearth, the smell of it sharper and more chemical than the farm above. Lucas moves through the space with the ease of someone who has spent years here, who knows where everything is without needing to look. He says, there is something I need to make before we go. He says, I have been trying to finish it. He says, it will help with the rats. He says it is called ignifer. He says, it burns on impact. Against the rats, fire is everything. He shows you what he needs: sulfur from the shelf along the near wall, alcohol from the stoppered bottles at the far end. You gather them. You bring them to the workbench. You watch his hands, and then your own hands begin doing what his are doing: the measuring, the combining, the particular careful attention of someone mixing something that will burn if handled wrong. It is the first time since this morning that you have done something that has a right answer, something with a procedure and a result. Your hands find it easier than your mind does. The ignifer is finished. Small clay vessels packed carefully. The first real tool that is yours. You hold one and feel its weight and the weight of what it represents. Something that might actually help in a world that has offered very little of that. You go back up through the barn. Hugo is sitting outside in the farmyard on the stone wall of the well. He is looking at the chickens, which are doing what chickens do, which is wander in circles, being very sure of themselves about it. When you come out, he looks at you with the look he has developed for moments when he is waiting to see what you will say or do. You sit beside him on the wall. You say, I have not been easy to be around these last days. You say it looking at the chickens. You say, I know I have not. You say, I am sorry for that. He is quiet for a moment. Then he says, you have been keeping us alive. You say, that is not the same thing as being easy to be around. He thinks about this. He says, "No," he says, "but I did not mind." He says it matter-of-factly, the way he says most things, as though your being difficult was simply a feature of the situation, like the cold or the mud, to be noted and accounted for, and not made into something larger than it is. Something moves in your chest, quiet and warm, and not quite anything you have a name for. You are about to say something else when the ground moves. Not an earthquake, not the wind. A specific movement, directional, coming from under the house, from under the yard. You know what it is before your mind has formed the thought. Your body knows it from the forest, from the crypt, from every moment since yesterday. The farmhouse wall buckles, a sound from inside, an impact, and then a sound you have never heard before and will never forget. A vat of distilled alcohol meeting an open flame. The explosion is not large. It is enormous. The wall of the house blows outward. The thatch catches immediately. The whole roof a sheet of fire in the space of 3 seconds. You are already pulling Hugo off the wall. Lucas comes from the barn at a run. His face tells you everything about Laurentius that does not need saying. The farm is on fire. The rats are in the fire, in the walls, in the ground, everywhere, the burning keeping them back, but only the burning keeping them back. You navigate through it using what you have. Haystacks that are not yet burning, the ignifer's fire thrown ahead of you to clear the path. Lucas knows what to do. His hands are shaking, but they are working. A horse comes through the gate, wild-eyed, terrified, trailing a burning carriage full of straw behind it, sparks in every direction. It careens across the yard toward the windmill. Burning haystacks tumble from the cart as the animal runs, and you move between them, each one a brief island of light, each one burning out within seconds. So you move fast from one to the next, the rats pressing in at the edges of each dying fire. The windmill's base catches first. The sails are still turning. You load your sling with ignifer. You throw it against the sails once, twice, and the burning mixture coats the dry wood and the canvas, and the sails go up all at once. A great wheel of fire turning against the gray sky, sweeping arcs of flame through the rat swarms below, clearing the ground in long burning strokes. You move, the 3 of you, through the burning farm toward the river. The boat is there, small, flat-bottomed, tied to the bank. You get Hugo in first, then Lucas, then yourself, and you push off from the bank with both hands, and the current takes you and the farm is behind you, and getting smaller, and you do not look back. Lucas does. He sits in the stern with his knees pulled up, and he watches his home burn. The windmill is still turning, still on fire, and still turning. He watches until the trees close around the river, and there is nothing left to see. You do not say anything. There is nothing to say. He has lost his master and his home and his work in the space of 20 minutes, and he is your age, and no sentence fits inside that. The boat moves south. The current is quiet and steady. The gray sky moves above you. The sound of the burning disappears behind you and is replaced by water. You go through the night and into the following day like that, moving south on the water. Hugo lies in the bottom of the boat with his coat pulled over him and does not move much, and you keep watch, and Lucas keeps his hands busy with what he knows how to do, checking his remaining supplies, cataloging what survived, the work of an apprentice who has no master now, but knows no other way to be. In the morning, on the lake, with the water flat and silver around you, and the mist sitting low on the surface, you ask Lucas what you have been carrying since Laurentius's room. You say what Laurentius spoke of, the ancient evil in Hugo's blood. What is it? What is its name? Lucas is quiet for a moment. He looks at Hugo, who is watching a bird cross the sky above the boat with the focused interest of someone who has not seen a bird in a while and finds them worth examining. Lucas says, "It is called the prima macula." He says, "The first mark." He says, "It is older than the church, older than France, older than most things people call old." He says, "It lives in the blood. In certain families, families like yours," he says. "For centuries it does nothing. It is dormant, waiting." He says, "It waits for a plague. A real plague, large enough to be called a break. And when the break comes," he stops. You say, "It wakes." He says, "It wakes." You look at Hugo. He is still watching the bird. The bird has gone, but he is watching the space where the bird was, with the same quality of attention. You say, "Laurentius said he and my mother were working to understand it, to slow it." Lucas says, "Yes." He says, "There is a book, the Sanguinis Itinera. Your mother's work and his was based on it." He says, "If we can find the book, if we can get to Chateau d'Ombridge and understand what she already learned," he stops. He says, "I think there is a way to help him. I think there has to be." He says it the way a person says something they need to be true, because the alternative is not something they can work with. You look at the water. The mist burns off as the morning goes on, and the lake opens before you. And somewhere on the far side of it is the aqueduct. And somewhere along the aqueduct is the road to Chateau d'Ombridge. You dock on the far bank near the base of the old Roman aqueduct. Enormous stonework, ancient, built by people for whom this land was an edge of the world. The stones are still massive and still standing, which is more than can be said for most of what those people built. Hugo disappears into the tall grass almost immediately. This is a thing you are learning about him, that when the tension drops below a certain level, he becomes a 5-year-old again, with all the immediacy that implies. You hear him in the grass, but cannot see him. And then you hear a sound you have not heard from him before. Laughter. You go in after him. He is chasing frogs. Small green ones, very fast, absolutely dedicated to not being caught by a small boy. He is absolutely dedicated to catching them. The interaction appears to be mutually satisfying. He is covered in mud to the elbows. He looks up when you reach him. He is holding something in both hands that is not a frog. It is a shield. Red, heater-shaped, battered, the painted emblem still visible, the golden lion of the English army. He must have found it in the grass, dropped or abandoned by a soldier who no longer needed it. He holds it up with great seriousness. He says, "I am a knight." Something in your chest turns over, very gently. You say, "Put it down, Hugo." He says, "Knights have shields." You say, "That shield belongs to the English army." He looks at it. He considers this. He sets it down against a stone with the care of someone setting aside an ambition rather than abandoning it. You take him by the hand and bring him back. You follow the aqueduct east along the fields. For a while, it is quiet. The three of you walking. Luca's teaching as he walks, the way an apprentice fills silence with knowledge, because knowledge is the only coin he has ever had to spend. He stops at a particular stone along the aqueduct wall and opens his satchel. He takes out ingredients with the care of someone handling things that matter. He says, "There is something else you should know how to make." He says, "This one is quieter than the ignifer." He says it is called somnum. He shows you sulfur, saltpeter, alcohol, a piece of fabric. He combines them in the careful proportions. He says, "It works through the breath." He says, "Close enough and quickly, and whoever breathes it goes down." He says, "They will not know they were going down." You test the weight of it in your hand. A different kind of tool from ignifer. Ignifer is fire and noise and light. This is none of those things. This is silence. Lucas says, "Fire tells rats where to go." He says, "Somnum tells men where to go." You put it away carefully. For a while longer, the aqueduct walk is quiet. Then the smell changes. It comes over the hill first, before the sight of it, the smell. Something that is not just decay. Something that is many instances of decay at the same time, overlapping, concentrated. The smell of a battlefield that has been lying in the autumn, wet for days. You crest the hill. Below and ahead, the field along the aqueduct. Ravens, hundreds of them, black against the gray-brown of the turned earth, walking and hopping and lifting heavily into the air at intervals. Between them, the dead, French soldiers and English soldiers both, indistinguishable now in the mud, lying where they fell in the formation they were in when they fell. Horses, the great wooden frames of siege engines, trebuchets, their throwing arms stilled. A broken cart, flags that have gone to gray rags in the rain. The whole enormous mechanism of war, emptied and abandoned. Hugo looks at it. His hand tightens in yours. Lucas says nothing. He is from a farm. He has not seen this before. You have not seen this before. You have seen your father die. You have seen one man die by your own hand. This is something else. This is a number so large it stops being about individuals. This is France explaining itself to you. You say, we go through. You say it because it is true, because there is no other way. You go down into it. The ravens do not move unless you come very close. They watch you with the sideways attention of birds that have decided you are not important enough to be concerned about. Hugo keeps close. He does not look at the dead directly. He looks at them the way you look at something very bright, with your face turned slightly away, taking it in through the edge of your vision. English soldiers patrol among the ruins. They wear steel helmets that turn your sling stones aside. They cannot be dealt with the way the others can. But they carry lanterns, and a lantern destroyed means darkness. And darkness here means what it always means. You use the somnum on the patrols between you and the field's far end. One man, then another. You come up behind them, and the cloth is pressed against their mouth, and they sit heavily into the grass like something that has decided to rest, without knowing they were deciding. You keep moving. A sound from somewhere in the ruins of a siege engine, a cart partially collapsed, the wooden ribs of it forming a cage around the space inside. A voice from inside. A man's voice. Low, controlled, the voice of someone who has been in a bad situation for some time and is working hard not to let it become panic. He says, "Is someone there?" He says, "I cannot get out." He says, "There are rats below the boards." You look at Lucas. He looks at you. You move. An unlit torch sits in a sconce on the nearby siege engine wall. You load your sling with ignifer. You aim. You fire. The mixture catches the torch from 20 feet away, and the flame erupts at once. Light floods the space below the trapped man's feet. The rats draw back. The man inside has a safe zone of warmth now, enough to hold them. He says, "God bless you." His voice has come unstuck from the control he was keeping it under. You keep moving through the field, around the bodies, the ravens lifting and settling. Hugo still close, still not speaking, filing everything. The aqueduct leads you toward the far gate of the field. Almost through. The trees beyond it mean cover, mean distance from the ravens and the smell, and the scale of what humanity had done to itself on this ground. Then voices ahead, sharp, military, the voice of someone in authority asking questions. An English soldier questioning two figures in rough clothes. A girl and a boy, red-headed, about your age, both of them, with the lean look of people who have been living on whatever comes to hand. They are carrying things that do not belong to them. The soldier says, "Where did you get these?" The girl looks past him. She looks at you and Hugo and Lucas. Something flickers in her face, calculation, the rapid kind. She says to the soldier, "Sir." She says, "Look there." The soldier turns. You pull Hugo and you move fast, low, into the next gap in the siege engine wreckage. Lucas is already going. He is fast. He has understood what you understood. You move through the gap, and you are almost through. Behind you, a sound fist on metal, brief and decisive. The soldier goes down. The girl and the boy run. Hugo's foot catches on something in the mud. He goes down. You turn, you go back. Lucas is ahead. You say go. You say it fast and without looking at him. You go back for Hugo. You get your hands under his arms and you haul him up. And you are turning when something hits the back of your head. The sky tilts. The ground comes up. The sound of Hugo's voice saying your name, once clearly, and then the sound of it going away from you, getting smaller, and you trying to hold on to it and not being able to, and the gray sky above the battlefield doing the same thing the sound does, getting smaller and smaller and darker, until there is nothing left of it. Darkness. You do not know where he is. That is the last thought. That is the one that stays as everything else goes. You do not know where Hugo is. You wake on your side, on a wooden floor. For a moment, one moment, you do not know where you are. There is the cold of the planks against your cheek. There is the smell of horses and wood smoke and unwashed men. There is the sound of a military camp going about its morning. And then the sounds arrange themselves into something that makes sense, and the sense of it is bad. You are in a cage. It is wooden, a box of thick timbers with gaps between, set on the ground in the open air of the English camp. Your hands are your own. Your feet are your own. Your sling is not. Your belt pouch is not. Everything that could be taken has been taken. You sit up. You put your back against the far wall, and you look at what is around you. The camp is large. Tents and fire pits, and the equipment of an army, racks of spears, wagons with covered loads, soldiers moving between everything with the particular purposeful, unhurried walk of men who are not going anywhere today. The sky above is the white of morning that has not decided what it will be yet. A soldier stops in front of your cage. He is broad in half armor, with the face of a man who has found a situation he considers amusing. He looks at you the way a man looks at something that is not a person to him. He drops a bowl through the gap in the timbers. The broth inside sloshes. He says, "Eat while you can." He says, "The Inquisitor's coming." He says, "Nicholas paid good silver for you. You'll be out of our hands by midday." He walks away. You do not touch the bowl. Midday, Nicholas. The Inquisition, closing in on the far side of a negotiated transaction, as though you are a thing to be traded. You press your palms flat against the cage floor, and you breathe, and you let your mind work. Then a sound, quiet, very close, from outside and below the cage's rear wall. A voice, low, familiar in the way a voice can be familiar after only one encounter, when the encounter was intense enough to write it permanently. The girl says, "Still alive then?" You look down through the gap. Crouching against the outside of the cage wall, her red hair tied back, and her eyes moving constantly between you and the camp behind her, is Maylie. Her brother Arthur is not immediately visible, but she is here. She came back. You say you caused this. She says, "I know." She says it without argument. She says, "That is why I am here." She says, "Your sling is in a tent on the far side of the camp, a chest locked. Arthur is up on the walls. He can see the whole camp from there. He will throw things when I signal." She says, "Are you ready?" The cage lock is on the outside. You hear her work it. You do not ask what she is using or how long she has been picking locks. The sound is small and precise, and it takes perhaps 10 seconds, and then the door swings. You are out. You move low, close to the cage's side. The camp is full of men, but no one is looking in this direction. Maylie is already moving, already angled away between 2 supply wagons, already placing herself where a person standing behind this wagon would see nothing but air. You follow. You understand, not from words, but from watching her body, that this is how she survives, that she moves in the margins of the visible, that she has been doing this since before you met her. You cross the camp in pieces, gap to gap, shadow to shadow. Arthur, somewhere above and ahead on the camp walls, does what he said he would do. A rock thrown against a cart sends 2 guards turning to look. A clay pot knocked from a stack on the far side of the yard draws attention left while you move right. You do not see him. You see only what his intervention makes possible, and you use it. 2 soldiers sit together near the fire, doing what soldiers do when there is no immediate task, talking about the day before, about the battle, about the men they killed. Their conversation is light. One of them describes putting a sling stone through a French knight with the casual pleasure of a man describing a good throw at a fair. The other laughs. You pass behind them at arm's length, and they do not turn. Maylie stops at a tent. She crouches by a chest inside it, wooden, iron-bound, and her tools come out of her coat, and she is working before you are fully inside. The chest opens, crafting materials inside. She takes what is useful, and you take what she hands you, and you go. The next tent. The chest inside it is smaller but heavier. Maylie crouches. The lock takes longer this time. You stand at the tent entrance and watch the camp. A guard's path brings him close, 12 feet, 10, 8. Maylie says nothing. Her hands do not stop. 5 feet, 3. The lock opens. The guard passes, his back to the tent. You look at the open chest. Your sling, your pouches, everything. You put the sling in your hand, and you feel the weight of it, and something settles in your chest. Something that had been pulled wrong since the battlefield, since the blow to the head, since waking in the cage. It settles. You have it back. Hugo. The thought is not slow or considered. It is simply there, the way gravity is there. Where is Hugo? Maylie points. Further into the camp, past the fire pits and the equipment racks. A wood chopping yard, large logs in rough piles, and above it, suspended from a timber frame by a thick chain, a cage. Inside it, small and still, watching everything below with his enormous, careful dark eyes, is Hugo. He looks at you. He does not make a sound. He does not call out. He is 5 years old, and he has already learned not to make sounds when adults around him are hostile. This is not a thing a child should have to learn, and he has learned it in under 3 days. You say quietly from across the yard, "I see you." He nods, one nod. You load the sling. You look at the chain mounting above the cage. The angle is possible. You breathe. You release. The chain snaps. The cage drops, not far, a foot or 2, enough to swing and settle against the post of the frame with a sound that draws heads. But the lock is on your level now, and Maylie is already moving toward it, and her tools are already in her hands. And the guards are still turning, still finding the source of the noise, and the lock opens. Hugo comes out. He comes out and he walks directly to you, and he puts his arms around your waist, and he does not say anything. You put your hand on the back of his head. You say quietly, "I'm here." He says, against your coat, "I know." You hold it for 2 seconds. Then you say, "We have to move." He lets go. He falls in behind you. Behind you, someone shouts. The shout comes from across the camp. A soldier who has looked at the cage and understood what the missing shape inside it means. Within moments, the sound of the camp shifts. The purposeful, unhurried morning movements become something faster and less orderly. You hear feet on the ground behind you, commands being relayed, the sound a camp makes when it switches from garrison to pursuit. Melee does not run. She moves faster. There is a difference. She moves with the precision of someone who has calculated exactly how fast she can go without drawing attention before she has to draw attention. You match her. Hugo matches you. You move as a single body with 3 sets of legs. You are nearly at the camp gate when the gate swings open. From the outside, Nicholas comes through it. He is exactly what he was from the edge of the monastery square, from a distance, from the forest. Large, armored, the face hidden behind the visor, and the gorget, and the chain. The eyes that find you immediately from across the camp yard, with the focus of a man who has been looking for you since yesterday. Behind him, in Inquisition colors, a column of the Purple Guard, moving into the camp in tight formation. He looks at you. He says there. He does not say it loudly. He does not need to. Everyone in the camp has already stopped. The Purple Guard begins to fan out. The English soldiers are stepping back. This is not their business now. The transaction has been made. Their part is done. The camp is filling with Inquisition colors, and the gate is blocked, and Nicholas is walking toward you with the steady, unhurried walk of a man who has no conception of losing this. Then Arthur happens. From outside the camp walls, from above, from the position he has held all morning, comes the first explosion. A barrel going up. The sound of it is something the ribcage remembers before the ears do. The gate post takes the worst of the blast. Nicholas staggers. The Purple Guard column breaks formation. For exactly 3 seconds, the entire front half of the camp is noise and confusion, and no one is looking at you. Melee is already at the far edge of the camp. You take Hugo's hand. You run. The camp is not small, and the Inquisition soldiers are recovering faster than you would like. Amisha fires and moves. Melee picks the locks on the obstacles between you and the hatch. She is aiming for a low wooden door in the camp's rear wall. Iron bolted, the only way through this direction. She is at it with her tools while you stand at her back with the sling loaded, holding the line. The soldiers coming through the smoke from the blast in 1s and 2s. Then the second explosion. Arthur puts the second one into the camp's center, and the whole middle of the camp becomes a wall of fire and sound. The scale of it is different from the first. This is not a barrel. This is something Arthur has had all morning to arrange, and has arranged well. The fire takes immediately. The tents, the weapon racks, the supply wagon. The camp is burning, and the burning has its own voice and its own movement, and everything that was converging on you is now converging on the fire instead. The hatch opens. Maylie says, "Go." You look back for Arthur. He is not there. The fire is there. The fire and the collapsed post and the Inquisition soldiers scattering to the edges of it. And somewhere on the other side of that wall of burning, Arthur. Separated, cut off, unable to follow. Maylie says, without looking back, "Go." Hugo goes through the hatch. You go through. Maylie comes last and pulls it shut behind her, and then you are outside the camp, outside the burning, outside Nicholas's reach for now. The morning air is cold and clean and smells of nothing but grass and mud and distance. Maylie does not stop. She has been here before. She knows the land past this point, and she moves through it, and you follow, and Hugo follows, and you do not say anything about Arthur, and neither does she. Not yet. The forest closes around you. You move south. Maylie says, walking, "There is a place, a shelter." She says, "Arthur and I found it." She says, "It is on the way." She says, "Lucas, the boy who was with you, he got out before you were taken. He is alive," she says. "He was heading south." She says, "Your castle," she says it with a quality that is not quite belief and not quite disbelief, the quality of someone who has heard an impossible thing and is trying to decide whether it is worth testing. That is still where we are going. Chateau d'Ombridge. Hugo says, "Can we get there?" Maylie says, "I can get there." She says it simply, the way she says most things. She says, "I know the way." The river appears ahead. A watermill at the crossing point, old, its wheels still turning in the current. Maylie goes directly to the mill door, picks the lock without comment, and takes you through it. Inside, the mill mechanism is old but functional. A series of handles and wheel catches that control the waterway. Maylie explains what needs to happen. Hugo at one handle, herself at another, you at the last. A sequence, each of you moving in order to raise and lower different sections of the water mechanism, creating a bridge of falling flow, until all three of you have crossed to the far bank one at a time. It is the first thing you have done since the camp that has nothing to do with running or hiding. Your hands on the handle, the mechanical logic of it, the sound of the water changing as you operate each stage. Something in this, the orderliness of it, the cause and the effect, finds something in you that has been scattered since yesterday and gathers it back. Hugo reaches the far bank first. He stands there and waits for you with his hands in his coat pockets, watching the mechanism. And when you step off the last platform, he falls into step beside you, like something slotting back into its correct position. You follow Maylie south. The country opens into what was once a village. It is not a village now. The houses are standing, but they are empty the way things go empty when emptied suddenly, furniture inside objects on tables, a life caught mid-moment and then stopped, doors off their hinges, windows dark, weeds through the paving. The village has been dead long enough for the weeds to get confident. Maylie says, not slowing down, "This place was alive 3 years ago." She says, "It was gone in a night." She says, "People here called it cursed." She says it toward the path ahead. You look at Hugo. He is looking at the houses. The word she used, cursed, she said it without connecting it to him, without knowing what you know. She does not know yet what the word means in this context. What it means is that whatever lives in Hugo's blood has been living in this country far longer than he has. Then Hugo stops. His hand goes to his head. It is the same gesture, the same stopping. But this time it is faster, the weight of it coming down faster than the previous episodes, less warning before the drop. He makes a sound that is small and tight and has no expression in it, just pain. His knees begin to go. You catch him. You get his arm over your shoulders. He is not fully present. His eyes are open but unfocused. The way they go when this happens, when whatever is waking in him rises close to the surface. You carry him through the dead village, past the empty houses and the weeds and the things left on tables by people who expected to come back. You carry him the way you carried him from the field to the farm, with his weight on your shoulders and your hands holding his arm, and you do not stop. Maylie watches this and says nothing. She is learning something. You can feel her learning it. The way she moves, slightly slower now, slightly more careful about the path she is choosing for the three of you. She leads you to a building at the village edge, a low stone house, its exterior unremarkable, its door apparently sealed. She moves a particular stone in the wall beside the door. A catch releases. She pulls the door open and leads you down a short set of steps into the space below. The hideout is underground. A small chamber, a cot, a chest, provisions in sacking on a rough shelf. The smell of living underground, of being dry in a place where rain does not reach. It is not comfortable. It is safe. There is a difference, and that difference is everything right now. You lay Hugo down. He is already coming back, the episode passing, the color returning to his face. He blinks. He looks at the ceiling of the underground room. He says, "We are underground again." You say, "Yes." He says, "I do not mind it so much when it is not full of rats." He closes his eyes. Within a very short time, he is asleep. Maylie sits against the far wall with her knees up and watches him sleep. After a while, she says, toward the wall rather than toward you, "Arthur and I had a father." She says it in the past tense. She says, He was not a father the way a father is supposed to be, she says. One day she stops. She starts again. She says, we left. She says, this is what we do now. She says, it is not so bad. She says it the way a person says something they have decided is true and have been practicing believing. You say, you came back for us. You came back when you did not have to. She says nothing. She looks at Hugo sleeping. You sleep too. Eventually, without deciding to. The dark of the underground room takes you down. You wake to Maylee's hand on your shoulder. Her face in the dark is very close and very still. She says barely sound, soldiers above, close. You sit up. Hugo is awake beside you, already awake, already silent, already doing the held breath thing. You look at the ceiling of the chamber as though you could see through it. You cannot, but you can hear boots on stone, multiple sets, moving with the particular pattern of a systematic search. Nicholas's men, faster than he should have been able to reconstitute and move. But he is the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has reach, and reach means soldiers in the countryside between the English camp and everything south of it. Maylee points to the far end of the chamber. A tunnel, low, rough cut, heading further underground. The way out. You go. The tunnel is narrow and dark and runs south for 50 feet before rising toward a grate. Before you reach the grate, there is a guard. Standing ahead in the passage, back to you, armored, the helm pulled down over his face. A full steel helmet. Your sling stones will not kill him through that. Not without hitting the unprotected flesh beneath, and the helmet leaves nothing unprotected. Maylee comes up beside you. She puts a hand on your arm. She opens her own supply bag. She says, almost no sound, I have something. She says, it undoes metal. She holds a small vessel, something she has made or found. She says, hit the helmet with this. Then use your stone. You look at her. She says, trust me. You load the sling with the vessel she gives you. You breathe. The guard is still facing away. You aim at the back of the helmet. You release. The vessel hits. There is a brief hissing, the smell of it sharp and chemical, and the helmet's metal begins to degrade, the surface pitting and breaking, the iron losing its integrity. The guard makes a sound, surprise, pain, and reaches up. His hands find the ruined state of the helm, and he begins to tear it free. He gets it half off. You have already loaded the sling again. He goes down. Maylee says, Devorantes. She says, acid for armor. She says, I have been making it since before I knew what the word alchemy meant. You say, can you teach me? She says, when we are not in a tunnel, you go up through the grate, open air, forest, the smell of pine and wet ground and morning. You straighten up and look around, and the trees are thick, and the soldiers from the hideout are somewhere back there, above, not here yet. Then voices. To your right, not far through the trees, a soldier, a single man speaking to someone in his custody, explaining where they are going. He says, Bastion. He says, you will answer questions at Bastion. A second voice, quieter, familiar. Lucas. He is alive. He is standing among the trees with a soldier's hand on his collar, his satchel over his shoulder, his expression one of absolute, barely controlled composure. He is a 12-year-old alchemist's apprentice who has been walking through nightmare for 3 days, and he is not panicking. He is simply waiting for the nightmare to become manageable. You load Devorantes. You aim at the helmet. The soldier's helm dissolves. The stone follows. Lucas stands in the cleared space and looks at you. He says, I was hoping it was you. He says it very precisely. It is the most feeling he has put into a sentence since the farm. You say, are you hurt? He says, no, he says, I am extraordinarily glad to see you. He says, is Hugo? Hugo steps out from behind you. Lucas closes his eyes for 1 second. Then he opens them. He says, good. He falls into step with you, and you move south. 4 of you now, you, Hugo, Meili, Lucas. Through the Inquisition patrols that are spread through this forest the way a net spreads through water. You move through the net. You use the sling, and you use the Devorantes, and you use the shadows in the trees, and the particular knowledge that Meili has of this territory, and you move south through all of it. In a camp clearing, a forward position the Inquisition has set up between the trees, tents, and a supply station, you find a recipe among the materials on the workbench. Lucas picks it up. He reads it. He says, this is luminosa. He says, a light bomb, he says. It does not burn the way ignifer burns. It does not sustain. He says, it is a single burst of light, very bright, very fast. He says, enough to scatter rats from an area at once. He looks at the ingredients. He says, it is expensive to make. He says, but when you need it, you will need it. You pocket the recipe. You keep moving. The forest rises at its southern edge into a ridge, chalk-white rock, showing through the hillside, handholds and footholds marked with pale lines where others have climbed before. Meili is first up. She moves on the cliff face the way she moves everywhere else, without hesitation, finding the next hold before her weight has fully settled on the last. You follow. Lucas helps Hugo where the holds are too far apart. At a folding ladder bolted to the cliff above you, the lower section is folded up and secured, too high to reach. You load your sling. You aim at the iron clasp above it. The clasp breaks. The lower section swings down. You climb. At the top of the cliff path, The ridge ends at a wall of rock. No way through. Maylie runs her hand along the stone until she finds the seam she is looking for, a crack, a particular shape, a door that is not a door to anyone who does not know it is there. She pushes. It opens. Inside, dark, then something vast. You step through the hidden entrance, and the world opens. Not the world of fields and forest and army camps. The world of deep time. A cavern so large its ceiling is invisible, only suggested by the way the sound changes above you. Below, a lake. Underground, black, completely still. The surface of it catches the faint light from somewhere above and gives it back in long, slow ripples that go nowhere. Ancient wooden structures line the edges, walkways, platforms, a ferry system built by hands that were here centuries before you. Lucas says, very quietly, extraordinary. Hugo crouches at the platform edge and looks into the water. He says, "Do you think there are things in there?" You say, "Probably not." He says, "Sea monsters." You say, "We are not at sea." He says, "Lake monsters." You look at him. In this light, in this impossible underground space, with everything that has happened in the last 4 days, he is looking at dark water and inventing creatures in it. He is 5 years old, and he is still doing this, and it strikes you somewhere you were not expecting. You say, "Our mother used to say that monsters are those things to which we have never given a name." Hugo looks at the water. He says, "So if you name it." You say, "Then it is not a monster anymore." He thinks about this. He stands up. He says, "Lake creature." He says it very seriously, as though completing a formal introduction. You cross the lake on the ferry. A wheel mechanism on each bank, Maylie and Lucas, operating one side, you operating the other. The wooden platform carrying one person at a time over the still black water. Above, somewhere through the rock, the cavern breathes. You emerge from the cavern through a tunnel that rises and rises and opens at last into open air. Twilight now. The sky bruised and lit, not by the last of the sun, but by lightning. A full storm, the kind that comes across this part of France in autumn like something that has a purpose. The lightning fires repeatedly across the sky, long white cracks in the dark above, and in those seconds of white light, the whole landscape is visible at once. There, on the ridge ahead, against the storming sky, Chateau d'Ombridge. You stop. It is real. It is standing. After everything, after the forest and the camp and the crypt and the rats and the battlefield and every road and every night, the place your mother's letters pointed toward, the place Laurentius named, the place Lucas has been navigating you to since the farm. It is here. Ancient stone, towers partly collapsed, ivy on the walls, the whole shape of it massive and dark against the lightning sky. You look at Lucas. He looks back at you. Something in his face that does not quite know how to be what it is. He says, "I was not entirely certain it would be there." You say, "You navigated us here for 3 days without being entirely certain it would be there." He says, "I was fairly certain." You go toward it. The cliff path leading up to the shade-out gate is pocketed with rats, the storm driving them into the ground-level gaps between the rocks, the lightning above sending them cowering. The lightning is your ally here. In the seconds of white light, the rats press deeper into their warrens. You move in those windows. Ignifer lights the spaces between lightning flashes, additional circles of fire on the path, islands of safety in the dark. Hugo, you help over the obstacles, a fallen beam, a broken section of walkway, a ledge too high for his legs. He goes over each one with the focused determination of someone who has understood that the impossible thing ahead is worth the effort of reaching it. You duck under the last fallen timber at the shade house outer wall. You are inside. The courtyard, wide, stone paved, walled on all sides, and full of rats. The swarm moves across the courtyard floor in the shifting darkness between lightning flashes, a living carpet, dense and purposeful, and completely unaware of anything above its own hunger. The shade house gate is behind you. The shade house interior is ahead. Between you and it, this. But the courtyard has something the fields and the crypts did not. Built into the walls at intervals, on iron frames, braziers, old mechanisms, wheels and chains, designed by whoever built this place to clear exactly this kind of infestation. The shade-owl was built by people who knew about the rats, who knew about Hugo's blood, who prepared. Melee drops to a lower level to operate the mechanisms from below, wheels that move the iron frames, that position the braziers, that extend the fire into sections of the courtyard and drive the swarm back section by section. From above, you light each brazier with ignifer as it swings into position. Lucas manages Hugo. The courtyard empties by degrees, the rats falling back, retreating, pressing toward the central pit that opens in the courtyard's center. The last of the swarm goes in. The pit swallows it. The sound of the rats disappears into the stone below. The courtyard is empty. The lightning flashes above it, and the braziers burn in it, and it is, for the first time in as long as you can remember, quiet. All four of you stand in it for a moment. Hugo looks around at the walls of the chateau, at the ivy and the old stone and the towers and the braziers burning. He looks at you. He says, "Is this ours?" You look at Lucas. Lucas says, "It was your family's." He says, "A long time ago." He says, "I think it is yours again now." Hugo looks at the walls again. He takes this in. He nods. He says, "We should find somewhere dry." You say, "Yes." You go inside. The rooms are overgrown and water-stained and cold, but the walls hold and the roof holds, and the storm sounds different in here. Distant, managed, something happening outside while you are inside. There is a room with a fireplace. There is wood beside the fireplace. You build a fire with hands that remember how to do this even when you did not think they would. The fire takes. Lucas is already moving toward the room at the back. The alchemical laboratory, Laurentius's workspace, the thing he has been coming here to find. You hear him make a sound in there, not words, just a sound. The sound a person makes when they find something they were not sure would be there. Hugo sits close to the fire. He looks into it. Maylie sits across from him, her knees pulled up, her face in the firelight softer than it is in daylight. Neither of them speaks. Outside, the storm continues. Inside, the fire burns. You are safe. You do not know for how long. You do not know what comes next. You know that the Inquisition is in the countryside, and Nicholas is behind you, and Hugo's condition is not waiting for you to find a solution. But you are inside. You are dry. You are together. The fire burns. That is enough for now to be true. You sleep without dreaming. This is new. Every sleep since the forest has been thin and populated. The sounds of the estate burning your father's face, the crypt, the rats coming through the wall. But this sleep is different. It is deep and dark and untroubled, the sleep of a body that has finally, for the first time in longer than you can precisely remember, been given a space it is allowed to rest inside. You wake to Hugo. He is already dressed, already awake, already full of something, a particular quality of energy that does not have a name, but that belongs entirely to him, to the way he exists in the world when he is not afraid. He is standing at the foot of your makeshift bed, and he is looking at you with the expression of someone who has been waiting patiently for several minutes and has now reached the end of his patience. He says, "Come," he says, "I want to show you something." You say, "Good morning." He says, "Yes, good morning." He says, "Come." You follow him. The chateau is different in daylight. Not less ruined, the stones are the same. The ivy is the same. The gaps in the walls where the outside comes in are the same. But the light changes it. Morning comes through the high windows in long pale columns and finds the dust in the air, and the dust turns gold in it, and the whole broken interior of the place is briefly, improbably beautiful. Hugo leads you down the stairs, his hand trailing along the stone wall. He has been exploring. You can tell from the way he moves through the space with the particular confidence of someone who has been somewhere before and found it good. He turns corners without checking. He knows where he is going. He takes you down, below the main floors, past the level where Lucas has set up his laboratory, past the storage rooms and the root cellar, and the places that smell of old wood and older damp, down further. Carved steps, older stone. The smell deepens and becomes something else. Stone and cold and time. The smell of a place that has been sealed against the living world for a very long time. The room at the bottom is a tomb, low-ceilinged, ancient, the walls carved with the faces and symbols of the people who built this place and the order they belonged to. Alcoves with effigies, the particular silence of somewhere that has not heard voices in generations. You stand at the entrance and look at it. Hugo is already inside. He has walked in without hesitation. The way he walks into everything he does not yet have a reason to fear. He stands in the center of the room and looks up at the carvings. He says, "Who were they?" You say, "People who lived here a long time ago. People who knew about this place and what it was for." He considers this. He looks at the carved faces. After a moment, he kneels without you asking, without any instruction, and bows his head. You do the same. The two of you are still in the tomb for a moment. The silence is complete. It does not feel like death in here, not the way death has felt every time you have encountered it recently. It feels like memory, like the difference between something lost and something kept. You come back up. Lucas is in the laboratory when you find him. The laboratory is a large room on the shadehouse lower level, shelves of old equipment, instruments Laurentius, or whoever, was here before him left behind. A small fire in the hearth that Lucas has been keeping going. He has the look of someone who has not slept, which is not alarming for Lucas. He always has the look of someone who has not slept. He is a person who considers rest an interruption. He says, not looking up, "Good timing." He says, "I need 3 things." He says, "I am making an elixir." He says it in the way he says things that are complicated very simply, the way you put a lid on something. He says, "It is for Hugo." He says, "I have been working toward it since the farm." He says, not looking up, "It is for the bearer of the prima macula." He needs a candle first. Hugo brightens. He knows where there are candles. He found them this morning. He disappears and comes back with one in under a minute, holding it with both hands with the careful pride of someone who has been useful. He hands it to Lucas with great ceremony. A phial on the table to your left. Concentrated laurel sap behind Lucas on the second shelf. You find both. You bring them to the workbench. Lucas works. His hands are precise and rapid, the hands of an apprentice who has spent years watching someone else do this and has now been doing it himself for long enough that it has become his. Hugo watches from the doorway. The elixir comes together. Lucas seals it. He sets it aside. He says, "I need to rest." He says it with the air of someone who has been told by his body something he has not been listening to. He says, "Come back later," he says. "I have more to tell you." You take Hugo with you. The morning opens around you as you walk the Chateau together, the ramparts, the high places, the view of the country going south. Hugo names every bird he can see. Some of the names are correct. Some he has invented on the spot with the absolute confidence of someone who sees no reason why an invented name is inferior to a real one. You do not correct the invented ones. You file them alongside the real ones. Back inside, on the floor of the great hall, wide stone, cold. The hall large enough that your footsteps come back slightly before they should. Hugo stops. He crouches. He is looking at a symbol carved into the floor. Old carving, worn by centuries of feet passing over it, but still legible. A repeated emblem, stylized, the mark of whoever built this place. He says, "I saw this before." He says, "On the pillars, in the courtyard." He says it with the certainty of someone who pays attention to things and remembers what he notices. You look at it. You look at the pillars visible through the hall's far arch. He is right. The same symbol. Everywhere in the Chateau, if you know to look for it. You say, "It is the alchemist coat of arms." You say it the way you know things that come from your mother's library, half certain, half reconstructed. You say, "The people who built this place were alchemists, not just people who practiced it, people for whom it was the whole foundation, an order. They built the Chateau for a purpose." Hugo stands. He looks at the symbol. He looks at the pillars. He says, "They knew." You say, "Yes." He says, "They knew about me before I was born." You say, "They knew about what you carry. They built against it. They prepared." He is quiet for a moment. Then he nods once, the way he does when he has taken something large and put it where it belongs. He walks on. You follow. Later, in the outer courtyard, where the ground is soft under the old walls, there is a tree. Old, wide, the bark dark with age. You stop in front of it. You reach into your coat. Your necklace, the one that has been there since before all of this, since the morning of the hunt, since the estate, since before the world became what it is now. You look at it for a moment. Then you loop it over a branch and step back. Hugo watches you. He understands. He does not need it explained. He reaches up and unclasps his own necklace. The small one, simple, the one he has worn for as long as you can remember seeing him wear it, and he hangs it on the branch beside yours, the two of them together, your father's children, in this place that your family's name is written into the stones of. Hugo stays at the tree after you step back. A butterfly crosses the garden, and he follows it immediately, completely, with the total attention of someone who has been waiting for something exactly like this and did not know it. You watch him go, his coat catching, his arms out for balance on the uneven ground, his face absolutely absorbed. You stand by the tree and watch your brother chase butterflies in the garden of the house that belongs to your family. And it is the most ordinary and the most impossible thing you have seen in as long as you can remember. You go back to Luca's when the afternoon is older. He is rested, or as close to rested as Luca's gets. He is at the bench with his notes open in front of him. He looks up when you come in. This time he is not working while he speaks. This time he gives you his full attention, which means he is about to say something that requires it. He says, Hugo is approaching something. He says it carefully, in the way that someone says a thing they have been deciding how to say. He says the prima macula progresses in stages. He calls them thresholds, he says. Hugo is near the first one, he says. I do not know exactly what happens at each threshold. The records are incomplete, damaged. What I know is that each threshold is a deepening. More of the macula wakes. More of Hugo becomes, he stops. He starts again, he says. The elixir I made this morning can slow it, can push the threshold back, he says, but it is temporary. He says, what we actually need, what your mother and Laurentius were working toward, is in a book. He says, the Sanguinis Itinera. He says it the way he says all important things, precisely, without unnecessary weight, as though the weight will be understood without adding it. He says, it is in the university library, in the vault. He says, under normal circumstances, no one outside the Inquisition's academic hierarchy can access it. He says, but the plague is in the city now. The Inquisition is evacuating the civilian population. He stops again. He turns and looks directly at you. He says, there may be a window. He says, in the chaos, with the city being emptied, with soldiers focused on containment and evacuation, a person who knew what they were looking for and how to move quietly might be able to get into the university, to the vault, to the book. He does not ask you to do this. He does not say your name. He presents it the way he presents all problems, as a fact requiring a solution without prescription. You say, I will go. You say it before he has finished speaking. You say it the way you said we have to move in the camp and carry him in the dead village, not from courage and not from calculation, because there is no other answer. Meili is on the ramparts when you find her. She is leaning against the wall, looking south, the direction of the city, the direction of the trouble, with her arms folded and her red hair loose in the wind. She does not turn when you approach. She has been watching the horizon, and she has been watching it for a while. You say, "Lucas found a way to help Hugo." She says, "I heard." You say, "There is a book in the city." She says, "I know where the city is." She says it without irony, but also without warmth. It is simply information. She says, "Arthur is there too." She says it to the horizon. She says, "They brought him there when they took him at the camp." She says, "I will take you in. I know the streets." She says, "You get your book." She says, "I get my brother." You say, "Together then." She says, "To the gate at least." Then evening comes. Meili appears at the garden entrance with her bag already packed, the look on her face of someone who has been packed for hours and was waiting for you to be ready. You say now. She says, "The dark is better for this." You say goodbye to Hugo. You keep it brief. He holds your hand for 2 seconds. He lets go. He goes back inside with Lucas. He does not look back, which you understand is not because he does not want to, but because looking back would make it harder, and he has already decided it will not be harder. You go. The city comes into view from the ridge above it. From up here in the dark, you can see the whole shape of it, the walls, the towers, the university spire rising above everything, and the fire, too much fire, not the normal fire of a living city at night, too many torches, too many lights, the particular brightness of a place being actively managed by armed men. On a bridge at the far side, visible even from this distance, a column of people, the evacuation. Civilians, driven out of the city's walls by Inquisition soldiers, moving in a slow, shuffling line away from whatever is happening inside. Meili watches it too. She says, "They are pushing them out." She says, "The plague is inside the walls." She says, "Nicholas's people are keeping it contained by getting everyone else out first." You watch the bridge, the line of people, the torches. Meili says, "If they catch us, the fastest way out of trouble is a knee to the groin and a head start." She says it without turning. She says it the way she says everything practical, as fact, as instruction, as the accumulated wisdom of someone who has made this calculation before and found it reliable. You go down the hill. Meili finds the locked door in the outer wall, crouches at it for 10 seconds, and it is open. The first thing you see inside the outer area of the city is a young man in the stocks. He is dead. He has been there a while, the posture of it, the stillness, the particular quality of someone who has stopped waiting. He is not much older than you. from the tools still hanging at his belt, still attached as though he was brought there directly from whatever he was doing. He was a thief, a professional one, the kind of thief that survives in cities by being very good at something illegal. Maylie stops. She looks at him for a long moment. Her face does not change. She has a face that does not change in the way most people's faces do not change when they are working very hard to keep them still. She says, "I knew him." She says nothing else. You do not say anything either. There is nothing to say that would be adequate. There is only the man in the stocks and what he means, what it means to be caught, what it means to be made an example of, and the single name that neither of you says, but that you are both thinking. Arthur. You move on. The streets of the city go from the outer walls inward in the pattern of a medieval city that has been growing for 400 years, without anyone deciding where anything should go, narrow, winding, full of dead ends and unexpected openings. Under normal conditions, this would be chaotic. Tonight, with the evacuation underway and half the population already gone, it is something else. It is a city becoming a shell. The houses still have the furniture in them. The lamps are still lit in some windows. The bread was still in the oven this morning. The city has not been destroyed. It has been emptied quickly, the way you empty a glass. At a junction where the streets divide, Maylie stops. She looks at the two paths. She says, "Here." She says, "Your way is there." She says, "Mine is there." She crouches at the lock on the door to your path and opens it with the practiced speed of someone for whom a lock is not a barrier, but an inconvenience. She holds it open. She says, "Before you go, you are not allowed to die." She says it the way she says most serious things, in a voice that sounds like it is not serious, because the seriousness would be too much. She says, "I will not have it." You say, "Find Arthur." She says, "Obviously." You go through the door. You hear it close behind you. Alone. The streets ahead are dark and wrong. The torches are Inquisition torches, maintained by Inquisition patrols, burning to keep the rats from concentrating in the populated areas. But the patrols are thin, stretched between the evacuation at the bridge and whatever operations are running inside the university. You move through the gaps. You use ignifer to light the cold torches that have gone out, opening corridors of safety through the rats that have pressed into the unlit sections of the street. The Inquisition's warnings are hung at intervals along the main thoroughfares, at the corner posts, above doorways, from the beams of the gates. Bodies. People who resisted the evacuation, or were in the wrong place, or were simply chosen as examples. They hang there in the torchlight with the particular stillness of things that are meant to be seen and remembered. You look at them once. Then you move past them and do not look again. The bodies come later. not soldiers, not people who died fighting or running, people who were sick, dozens of them in an open square, in a field behind the tannery, in an alleyway between two houses. Plague dead, but not all of them died of the plague. Some of the bodies are whole, no sign of the bite, no swellings, no discoloration. They were not sick enough to die of the plague alone. You stand at the edge of the square, and you look at it, and you understand, without wanting to, what you are looking at. Then you hear them. Ahead, an underground alcove, a passage mouth cut into the base of an old wall. Two soldiers with a lantern, and a third man in different clothes, a magister's robe, academic and precise. He is crouching over something on the ground. He is picking something up from the floor, from the stones, from the collected residue of the rats that have been here. Crystals, small, yellowish, forming in the spaces between stones where rat swarms have passed and lingered. He says to the soldiers, "Careful with these." He says, "Episangues, the crystals that form from the swarm's passage." He says, "Combined with sulfur, the formula is odorous." He says, "It brings them." Whatever the scent lands on, the swarm finds. He says, "A very useful tool for," he pauses. He says, "certain applications." He stands. He looks at the crystals in his hand. He says, "The Grand Inquisitor's project has had some regrettable accidents." He says, "We must be more precise." He says it the way a man says something that is supposed to be a warning, but has come out sounding like a boast. They leave. You crouch in the passage mouth until the sound of their footsteps is gone. Then you move to where the magister was crouching. You look at the crystals on the ground. You look at the formula in your mind, the thing he said, the steps of it. Episangues, sulfur, odorous. You gather what is there. You keep moving. You understand now what happened in the square, what the Inquisition did with the sick, the ones they could not treat, the ones they decided were beyond treatment, the ones who were inconvenient. They used the odorous on them. They brought the swarms. They used the rats the way you use a tool. The Grand Inquisitor's project. You file this alongside everything else. It does not surprise you, not because it is not terrible, but because you have spent enough time in the world the Inquisition has made to understand what it is capable of. It goes into the place where you keep the things you cannot afford to react to yet. The cemetery comes next. Old walled, the headstones going back centuries, names worn smooth by weather, the carved angels above them worn down to suggestion. The rats are here too. A large mounted light, a focused beam on a pivot, placed here by someone for their own purposes, can be turned, can be aimed, the beam of it strong enough to drive the rats into the darker sections of the graveyard for long enough to move. You use the odorous for the first time here. The smell lands on the soldiers at the cemetery gate, and within seconds, the rats in the shadows beside the wall have found them. You look away. You move through the gap they leave behind. On the gallows at the cemetery's far end bodies, the Inquisition's warnings to the city hung where everyone could see them. You cut one down. It falls into a section thick with rats, and the swarm turns. You move past while it is occupied. The university tower has been visible above the rooftops for the last 20 minutes. Now it is close enough that you can see the windows. Some of them are lit. The Inquisition is inside already, working by candlelight on whatever the Grand Inquisitor has been doing. On the road leading to the university's outer gate, soldiers. A patrol moving in rotation. You have heard a name tonight in fragments, in overheard conversations. A young man, a blacksmith's son, being brought here by Inquisition soldiers. His father built the iron door on the vault where the Sanguini's itinera is locked. The father would not open it. The father is dead. The son, Roderick, is what the Inquisition has now. What the Grand Inquisitor wants him for is not difficult to work out. He is not your concern tonight. Your concern is the book. The same book Vitalis Bainavant wants. The difference is that he wants it for power, and you want it for Hugo. You use odorous on the last patrol. The rats take them to the left. You move right. The university gate is in front of you. Old stone, wide, the arch above it carved with Latin you do not read, but that belongs to the vocabulary of scholarship and sanctity. A side door to the right of the main gate, unlocked. An entrance to the world that has the book you came for. You push it open. You go in. The university closes around you. Its walls are stone and cold and smell of old paper and old stone and something chemical, the Inquisition's own work, the research they have been doing here. Your boots are quiet on the floor. The passages are dark, except for the candles left burning at intervals on the wall. Somewhere in this building is the vault. Somewhere in the vault is the Sanguini's itinera. You move toward the dark at the end of the passage. You keep going. The university rises from the morning mist. Stone walls, high windows, the smell of old parchment and cold rain. Lucas gave you a name, Vitalis Bainavant, Archbishop of Bordeaux. He has the book. Without it, there is no cure. Meili knows the streets. She brought you as far as the gate and left you at the entrance. The rest you do on your own. The university grounds are not empty. Guards move between the outer buildings, unhurried, aware. You stay low. A wooden chest sits against the courtyard wall, filled with loose pieces of metal armor, pauldrons, helm fragments, all of it loose and clattering. You shift one piece along the rim, and the sound draws the nearest guard a full step away from the path you need. A fountain stands further in. You move behind it and wait until the second man's back turns. Then you are through. Inside, the air changes. Dry parchment and old wax, and something older underneath. Rose banners hang from the upper arches, deep crimson against pale stone, petals embroidered so precisely they seem to tremble. Lucas told you to follow the path strewn with roses. You follow them. The main hall stretches long. More banners line the walls between tall windows. Morning light falls in slow columns across the stone floor. You move close to the wall. More footsteps on the level above. You wait until they pass, and then you climb. From the upper gallery, you see into the chamber below. A circle of torches. Robed figures standing in attendance. At the center, a chair draped in white, and a man being held alive by something that should not sustain a living person. He wears a white cassock trimmed in gold. A bishop's mitre tilts slightly on his bowed head. His face is a ruin of sickness, flesh eaten inward, boils festering along the jaw and neck, the left eye gray and opaque, long emptied of sight. His hands lie open on the armrests, the skin thin as wet paper. The veins at his throat pulse darkly. A physician kneels beside him, inserting a needle attached to a length of tubing. The fluid that moves through it is deep red and deliberate. Episangues, you think. What Lucas explained. Injections to sustain the carrier beyond what the body will allow. The man in the chair should be dead. He is not. That is why he needs the book. Then the door below opens, and 2 guards bring a prisoner into the chamber. He is young, large, broad across the shoulders, the build of someone raised doing heavy work. His wrists are bound, but he holds himself upright, looking at the archbishop with the steady expression of someone who has decided not to give anything away. The archbishop speaks to him, low and pointed. The young man does not answer. After a long moment, the guards take him out through the far door, heading deeper into the university. You pull back from the gallery rail and follow. The university is not empty. Monks and soldiers move through the corridors and among the bookshelves. You stay low, behind shelving and tables, waiting for backs to turn. The guards lead the prisoner. You will learn his name is Roderick, toward the restricted wing. You track the sound of their boots, the rattle of his chains, through the library, and down toward the lower passages. You do not get close enough to be heard. You do not fall far enough behind to lose them. The crossing room is wide, a high ceiling above, and a great iron chandelier hanging at its center. The guards have stopped. A knight in full plate armor stands in the middle of the room, his back to you, the kind of soldier who cannot be reached with a sling stone. The gorget and pauldrons and visor leave nothing exposed. He is berating the prisoner. His voice fills the room. You look up at the chandelier's chain. You load your sling. The chain sings on impact. The chandelier drops. The night goes down under iron and candle wax, and the sound is deep and final, a sound that fills the room and then dies. The remaining guard turns. Roderick is already moving. He is fast for someone in chains. One controlled strike, direct, and the guard folds. Roderick shakes the chain free from where it caught, looks at you across the room, and waits. You close the distance. He does not speak first. You tell him what you need. He says, his father built the iron door to the restricted library. He says, when the Inquisition decided it needed to stay sealed, they took his father in for questioning. His father did not give them the mechanism. He never came out. Roderick says, he has been here since. He says, if you get these chains off, he will open the door. You find the shackle pin and work it free. He rolls his shoulders once and follows you. You walk together through the lower passages. He does not speak often. When he does, he is direct. You ask him about his father. He says, the Inquisition kills people who know useful things. He says it the way someone says a fact they have lived with for a long time. You tell him yours died the same way. He looks at you. He does not offer comfort. He nods once, and that is the right thing. The dungeon opens below the lower library. Walls of damp stone, torches old and smoking. The restricted library gate is set into the far wall, iron bolted through stone, the seams barely visible. There is no keyhole. There is no visible mechanism. Roderick examines the door. He places his hands flat against the surface and moves them slowly, pressing at intervals. He crouches and looks at the base. He stands and looks at the top. Then he takes hold of a section of the iron frame and turns it. A series of plates shift. A second turn. A third. The mechanism opens inward on a counterbalanced pivot, slow and exact. He says, his father built things that could not be forced, only understood. The hidden library is small and dry. Rose banners hang on either side of a low stone pedestal. On the pedestal, a book bound in dark leather, the cover sealed with a clasp shaped like a spiral. Sanguinis itinera, the blood road. Before you can reach it, the shelves. 3 cranks are set into the walls, one left, one right, one at the center, each connected to shelving units on iron tracks that have shifted and settled over years. Movable crates sit on the platforms and on the floor. You work the left crank as far as it will go, then step back for Roderick to hold it. You drag a crate from beneath the raised platform to the broken shelf in the far corner, bridging the gap. Then to the second crate, directing Roderick to the right crank. guiding the shelf up until the crate can slide beneath it. The path clears. You climb. You lift the book from the pedestal. It is heavier than it looks. Before you can leave, you hear him. The Archbishop's voice comes from the entrance behind you. It is low and precise, hollowed out by illness, a voice trained for cathedral acoustics, now carrying at no volume at all, because it no longer needs to project. He is supported by 2 attendants. He stands at the threshold of his own hidden library and looks at you with his one working eye. He says, he has watched the Darun family for most of your life, waiting for the macula in the boy's blood to wake from its slumber. He says, he has been dying for 40 years. He says, the blood recorded in that book belongs to one like him, and he will not leave this world before he understands what the transformation promised. He will draw on Hugo's living blood and on the knowledge within the sanguinis itinera, and he will not stop. He speaks without rage. He speaks as a man who has spent all other energy and has only the logic of obsession remaining. You grip the book. You look at Roderick. Roderick says, find a way out. He steps between you and the Archbishop. You move along the far wall, behind the shelving, toward the back of the room. There, a stone block slightly recessed from the rest, a shallow depression worn into its face by hands that touched it before yours. You press it. A hatch opens in the floor, a wooden ladder leading down into darkness. You call to Roderick. He steps back from the attendants, crosses the room in 4 strides, and drops through the hatch after you. The passage below runs underneath the university's foundation. Old stone, older than the building above. You move through it with the book under your arm and Roderick at your shoulder. Above you, somewhere, fire. The smell reaches you first, then the heat through the stone overhead. Something in the building has caught and taken hold. The passage ends at a stairway. At the top of the stairway, a burning doorway, the wooden frame already engulfed, the corridor beyond obscured by smoke. You take a new compound from your satchel extinguis, which Lucas prepared for you before you left. He explained it carefully. When it contacts flame, it smothers the fire by collapsing the combustion inward, pulling the air from it. Where there was fire and light, there is only darkness. And where there is darkness, the rats follow. You cast it through the burning doorway. The flames drop. They gutter and contract and go still, leaving only char and cooling wood. Beyond, in the darkened corridor, you hear the skittering of what arrives after the light is gone. You do not wait to see it. You move through. A barricaded door stands between you and the exit. Roderick hits it at a run. The wood bursts outward, the sound of it lost in the noise of the fire above. The courtyard beyond is open sky, You run. At the university gate you stop. You look back. The building is burning. The upper floors are dark with smoke. The rose banners that marked the way in are gone. The windows they hung in now streaming orange into the morning air. You stand with the book in your hands and watch the firework. Everything inside those walls. Every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the university kept. Burning. Roderick stands beside you. He does not look away. He says, "Come on." You turn from it and walk. The Shadow Tower catches the early morning light from the east. On the parapet, two small figures stand watching the road. One is Lucas, his coat collar turned up against the chill, one hand shading his eyes. The other is Hugo. Hugo sees you first. He lifts both arms. You walk into the courtyard. Hugo runs down the tower stairs and arrives through the low door breathless. He does not ask anything at first. He puts his arms around you and presses his face against your shoulder, and you hold him. Then he pulls back and looks at the book in your hands with the particular hope of someone who has been told to be careful about hope. He asks, "Is it the cure?" You kneel in front of him. You say, "It is the story of a little boy who is going to get better." He looks at the book. He looks at you. He does not ask again. Roderick holds the book out to Lucas. Lucas takes it with both hands, the clasp already at his fingers. He says nothing. He carries it inside. 3 weeks pass. A title placed over the days. Meanwhile, 3 weeks go by. The Shadow settles into a kind of temporary life, routines without certainty, small tasks done carefully because the larger ones cannot yet begin. Lucas works. You carry things. Hugo follows the sun around the courtyard. Roderick notices a door at the back of the east wing, the last unopened passage in the Shadow since the group settled here. Heavy oak, swollen with damp, the hinges fused with rust. He asks you about it. You say you have never been through. He examines the frame and then puts his shoulder into the wood. It comes open not gracefully, but all at once, scraping loud across the stone floor. Beyond it, a courtyard you have not seen before. Smaller, enclosed, the stone worn smooth by old foot traffic. Weeds growing in the joints between the paving stones. And at the center, set into the floor beneath the crossing of the inner walkways, a fresco. A large circular design, the colors faded, but the lines intact. Spirals and branching patterns. Alchemical symbols. Roderick crouches over it. He traces one of the spiral arms with a finger. He looks up at you. He says, he does not know what it means. He says, but he feels somehow that this place is all right. He says, they are going to be fine here. You look at the fresco. Centuries of weather have smoothed it, but not erased it. Someone built this and knew it would last. Then Lucas calls from inside. His voice has no urgency, and all urgency, the specific tone of someone controlling themselves. You move back through the door. Hugo is in the corridor. He is sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, which is not where you left him. His face is pale. The skin along his jawline and down his throat shows dark lines beneath the surface, not bruising, not veins in any normal sense. The color is wrong. The spread is visible, like ink moving through water. Lucas is already beside him. He says, "It is progressing." He says, "He needs more than what we can provide here." He says, "He needs Beatrice's laboratory, the proper equipment, the proper reagents, the preparations she spent years building at the Darun estate. Without it, what Lucas can do is only delay." He says, "We have to go back to the estate." You look at Hugo. Hugo is watching you. His eyes are clear. Whatever is moving through his body has not reached there yet. The front door opens. Maylie comes in first, her boots loud on the stone. She is talking before she is fully through the door. Arthur follows behind her, quiet. Maylie says, "Arthur is back." That is all she needs to say. Arthur stands in the center of the room and looks at you. His face is the face of someone carrying news they do not want to carry. He was taken by the Inquisition. He was held at the Bastion. He says, while he was a prisoner there, the guards dragged a woman through the corridor past his cell. She was being brought for questioning. He heard them speak her name aloud in the corridor. He says, "Your mother is alive." The room is quiet. He says it again, slower. He says, "Beatrice Darun is a prisoner at the Bastion. He saw it himself. He heard her name. She is alive." Lucas looks at you. You look at Maylie. She looks at the floor and then back at you. You move toward the stairs. Maylie reaches out and takes your arm, her grip direct. She says, "We cannot tell him." She looks at the upper landing. She says, "Not yet. Not until we understand what we are walking into." She says, "If we raise this and cannot deliver," she stops. She does not finish the sentence. She does not need to. You look at the others. One by one they agree. Arthur first. Lucas second, reluctant, rubbing the side of his jaw. Roderick last, watching the staircase. You agree. Not because it is easy. Because you have seen what hope does when it is broken, and there is nothing left to replace it with. You all settle into the deciding. The route, the distances, the question of the Bastion's garrison. On the stairs, there is no sound. Then there is the soft scrape of a shoe on stone, quickly stilled. The quiet before it was not empty. You look at Roderick. He is already looking at the stairs. Hugo has been there. You do not know for how long. You do not know what he heard, and you know exactly what he heard. Before you can move toward him, he takes a step, then another. He is at the bottom of the stairs now, visible in the doorway, too pale. The dark lines at his throat more visible in the corridor light. His eyes moving from face to face with the precise attention of a child who has learned that adults hide the important things. He looks at you. He says, "Where is she?" Your mouth opens. Nothing comes out in time. Hugo screams, not in rage, in pain, sudden and total. A sound that has no warning in it. His legs give. Lucas moves first, crossing the room in 2 steps. Roderick is already at the doorway. Hugo's eyes close before he reaches the floor. The lines beneath his skin have spread. Lucas does not say what it is. He does not need to. You all know the word, threshold. The second one. The deeper passage of prima macula, the one that cannot be walked back from without the cure. You kneel beside your brother on the cold stone floor. You put your hand against the side of his face. The skin is warm and wrong. Outside, the sun is still moving. The light comes through the east window and crosses the floor in a slow bar. Everything in the room is still. You stay with him. You do not move. Hugo is still. He is on the mattress in the corner of the room, the blanket drawn up to his chin, the dark lines at his throat visible against the pale skin. His breathing is shallow. Lucas has done what he can hear. It is not enough. Lucas lays out what is needed. Beatrice's laboratory at the Darun estate. A proper setup, distillation apparatus, the right reagents, the workbench her years of preparation built. What she had in the house they grew up in. With the sanguinis itinera in his hands, Lucas can finish the elixir she started. Without the lab, he cannot. You look at Hugo. He is awake enough to know you are leaving. He watches you cross the room. He does not ask where you are going. He understands that you will tell him when you return. Roderick will stay. Meili and Arthur will stay. The Shadow is as safe as anything can be. You and Lucas go. Outside, snow is falling. December cold, fine and persistent, covering the ground in a gray-white layer that muffles sound. The road to the Darun estate is the road you once knew in childhood, in another season, when it was green, and the fields either side of it were full of grain. You do not speak much on the way. Lucas carries the sanguinis itinera in his coat. You carry your sling and what is left of your ignifer. The bridge is gone. Where the main crossing stood there is now a gap, planks splintered and scattered in the water below, the supports standing empty. Someone brought it down or it fell. Either way, the direct path is closed. You move right along the bank, following the water until you find a fallen tree spanning the current. its root mass still anchored in the earth. You cross it one at a time, the bark wet under your hands. On the other side, the estate grounds begin. They are quiet. The rats are here. They are always here, in the dark spaces between the outbuildings, at the edge of the garden walls. But they do not move toward you. They watch. They hold position at the boundary of the torchlight and do not press in. Lucas notices it. He says nothing about it, but you can see him watching them. You have no answer. You keep moving. The main house is ahead. Stone walls, the same walls you knew, the same roofline against the gray winter sky. But the grounds around it are empty of any life except the rats, and the cold has settled into everything, and the stillness is the stillness of a place that has been abandoned to time and plague. You push the door open. Inside, the manor is cold and still. The hallway, the room beyond, the same floor, the same stone, everything exactly where it was. And at the foot of the stairs, your father. Robert de Roon lies where he fell the morning the Inquisition came. Lord Nicholas killed him here, in his own house, in front of you, and no one has moved him since. The cold has preserved him. The rats have not touched him, not him, not the servants whose bodies lie elsewhere in the house. He is intact. He looks as he did, and you stand in the hallway of your childhood home and look at your father's body lying on the floor, and you do not move. Then the rats come out of the walls. They pour from the gaps in the stone, and from beneath the floorboards, a stream of them, and they build into a churning mass that moves over him and through him in seconds, a whirling, stripping motion, purposeful and absolute. And then they scatter, and they hurl what remains against the torch, stand at the wall, and the torch goes out. You stand in the dark. He is gone. Whatever hope you carried of burying him properly, of returning to do what the day of the raid made impossible, it is gone with him. Lucas touches your arm. He does not speak. You breathe. You straighten. You keep moving. Hugo's room is ahead, down the corridor, and you take 2 steps toward it before you stop. You do not go in. You look at the closed door. Through it, you know the room is untouched. The rats have not entered there. The plague has not entered there. Some boundary has been kept that you do not understand. You leave it closed. Lucas has found Beatrice's study. The infusions she kept on the shelves are there, some of them still sealed. He examines them and then sets them aside. He says, "This is not what he needs." He asks you, "Did you know of a secondary workshop?" A place she worked that she did not bring you into. You think, the Roman ruins on the grounds, the old bath structure, the stone steps going down. She never let you near it when you were young. She deflected your questions with steady patience each time you asked. Lucas says, "That is it. The grounds are rat dark. You move with torchlight, holding the swarms at the edge of visibility, cutting through the garden paths toward the lower structure at the estate's south end. 2 Inquisition soldiers are here, wounded, barely capable of movement, slumped against a wall and a cart, the remnants of some earlier deployment. They do not rise. You give them wide berth and keep moving. The steps lead down into the Roman foundation, the remnants of a sudatorium, the old sweatroom of the bath complex. Stone walls carved with 4 figures, a toad, a swan, a serpent, and a lion, each one presiding over its section of the chamber. On the floor beneath them, 3 symbols carved into the stone with a brazier set below each one. Purification, amalgamation, putrefaction, the language of transformation. You take a burning branch from the nearest torch and move through the tunnels, lighting each brazier in turn, holding the fire between you and the rats that press against the darkness beyond. The smell of old smoke and damp stone fills the chamber as each flame catches. When the last brazier is lit, you hear a mechanism release, a sound of stone moving on stone, slow and deliberate, behind the lion. The door opens. The laboratory beyond is unlike anything Lucas has seen. He stops in the entrance and takes it in. Equipment arranged on long benches, glassware, distillation apparatus, shelves of prepared materials organized with the precision of someone who spent decades building toward this. He walks through it slowly, touching nothing at first, reading the labels, understanding the system she built. In a storage box at the far end, a large sealed vial. He lifts it with both hands and holds it to the lamp. Your mother had already begun. She had been working on the elixir, the same compound described in the Sanguinis Itinera, built from her own decades of research into Hugo's condition. She knew. She had known for a long time, and she had spent years preparing. Lucas opens the Sanguinis Itinera beside the vial and compares what she built against what the book describes. He says he can finish it. He sets to work. The rats find the entrance almost immediately. You hear them in the tunnels before they breach the lab, the sound traveling through the stone walls, a pressure building. Then they pour through the lower gaps, a current of movement along the floor, and you step in front of Lucas and load your sling. He calls out from the bench. He needs the jar with the strongest smell, a macerate, thick and aromatic, on the shelf to your left. You locate it, cross the room against the flow of rats, and bring it back to him without breaking your sling grip. He adds it to the preparation. He works quickly. He moves to the still, the distillation apparatus on the far bench, and you escort the brazier cart around to him, wheeling the light source along the track of rat movement, clearing the path by keeping them back with fire. Two vortices form near the ceiling, swirling masses of bodies spinning in the air above him, and you break them with ignifer before they can drop. Then the floor cracks. A section of old stone gives way, and rats burst upward from beneath, scattering Lucas from the primary bench. He grabs what he needs and runs to the secondary workbench against the wall, and you put yourself between him and the opening in the floor, and you hold position, and you wait. He works. When it is finished, the rats go still. No gradual retreat, they simply stop. The movement in the tunnels stops. The vortices dissipate. Every rat in the chamber holds position, unmoving, as if the air itself has changed. Lucas stands at the bench with the completed vial in his hand. He looks at it. He looks at you. He does not say anything. He puts it carefully inside his coat. You walk back through the Roman tunnels, back through the estate grounds, back through the frozen fields, back across the fallen tree, and back up the road to the shade down. The snow has stopped. The air is very clear. Arthur and Roderick are in the tower. They come down when they see you on the road. Roderick steps out first and looks at Lucas, and when Lucas takes the vial from his coat and holds it out, Roderick puts one hand firmly on the back of Lucas's shoulders. A single solid impact, the kind that means something that words would reduce. Inside, you sit beside Hugo. He opens his eyes when you settle next to him. You uncap the vial, and he takes it from you without asking what it is. He drinks. You wait. Lucas watches the lines at Hugo's throat. They do not spread further. The darkness in the skin begins, almost imperceptibly, to still. After a long time, Hugo turns his head toward you. He asks whether you think you will ever see her again. Your mother. He phrases it carefully. His eyes are calm. He is watching your face with an attention that is too specific for the question to be simple. You tell him no. He looks at you a moment longer. Then he settles back. He reaches out and takes your hand under the blanket, and you sit with him until he sleeps. You lie down beside him. Outside, the winter night is very quiet. You close your eyes. The morning comes before you are ready. Maylie is talking before you are fully awake. Something about Arthur. She says she beat him at the sling again, and she sounds pleased with herself. And you open your eyes and look at the ceiling, and let the sound of her voice be the first thing in the day. Then you sit up. Hugo is not there. His side of the mattress is cold. You sit up and look at the room. The room is still. The others moving through it with the careful stillness of people who do not want to say the thing they already know. No one saw him leave. He moved through the Chateau at some point in the darkness, past the sleeping watch, and out. His Daroon family pendant is gone. He took it with him. This is not a disappearance. It is a departure. He chose to go. You run. Out through the shade-out gate, down the road, calling his name into the cold morning air. The fields are empty. The road shows no clear track in the frozen ground. You run in the direction that feels right, which is no direction at all, and the cold hits your face and your hands, and you keep running. Then the ground is gone. Your foot finds the edge of a rocky gorge, hidden by the thin snow cover. And you go over before you can stop, scraping down the slope. The stone hard and unforgiving. The impact of the bottom, sudden and complete. Darkness, not the darkness of a room at night. The darkness behind the eyes. You are standing in a place you know. It is evening, or the light of some season you cannot name. The outskirts of a village, stone buildings, a muddy path, the smell of old wood smoke. A plague-stricken place, the kind you passed through at the beginning, before you understood what the beginning was. You have been here before. At the gate, an old woman is waiting. It is Clervy. She died weeks ago, in a house that burned, helping you and Hugo escape. She stands at the gate and looks at you with the patience of someone who has nothing left to fear. She says, "A child never runs away without a reason." She opens the gate. The path leads through a farmyard. A stone building, a barn, a well. You recognize it. Laurentius lived here. He died here indirectly because of choices that led through him. The pigs are in the yard, slaughtered, the same as you remember, the carcasses arranged by the plague, and by what the plague did to the people who kept them. His door stands open. You pass it without stopping. The light shifts, the place shifts. You are standing in the hallway of your estate. The wallpaper, the wooden floor, the window at the end of the corridor. All of it as it was before the raid, before Lord Nicholas, before any of this. The house as it was when you were a child living inside it without knowing what it cost. Hugo's door is at the end of the hall. Your mother is standing in front of it. She is not looking at you with warmth. She is standing in the way doors stand, closed and certain. She says, "You knew," she says. "You knew she was alive and you kept it from him, and he needed to know, and you chose your own need over his." She says, "He does not need you anymore." You try to answer her. The words do not arrive. The door opens. Hugo is inside his room. He looks at you, and what is on his face is not the face of the Hugo who curled against you on the mattress, who reached for your hand, who trusted you with the weight of his fear. This is the face of a child who learned that the person who was supposed to protect him chose to protect herself instead. He says, "You knew." He says, You knew she was alive and you lied. He says, you did not tell him because you were afraid that if she came back, you would not matter anymore. He says it without cruelty, which is the worst way to be told a true thing. He puts both hands against your chest and pushes you away. The room goes dark. The house goes dark. You are somewhere else. Stone and cold air and a faint gray light. The gorge. Your head is ringing. You put your hand to the rock and push yourself upright. The dream releases you, and then immediately takes you back. Somewhere ahead, just past the rocks, a sound. A voice, small and hoarse, calling your name. You move toward it. Hugo is in a cage. A wheeled prison cart of the kind the Inquisition uses for moving prisoners. 2 soldiers stand beside it, unhelmeted, their faces indistinct. Hugo's hands grip the iron bars, and he is calling out. You load your sling. 2 throws, both guards fall. You break the latch on the cart and pull it open, and Hugo steps out and puts his arms around you without waiting. He holds on. You hold on. The cold of the gorge is around you both, and none of it matters. He pulls back. He takes your hand. His grip is tight, the way he held on when he was younger, and the world was frightening. And for a moment, it is like that again. Just the 2 of you, and nothing else yet. Then he hears something. His head comes up. He pulls back and turns. From somewhere through the estate garden, from the underground passages that lead into the old Roman ruin, a woman's voice, calling out, a sound of pain. He says that is her. You reach for him. He is already moving. You run after him through the garden paths, through the gate in the estate wall, down into the tunnels beneath. The stone closes around you. The light drops. Around you in the walls and the floor, half submerged in the stone itself, are bodies, Inquisition soldiers, their armor fused into the rock, moving slightly, not yet still, not alive, something in between. The nightmare at its deepest point. At the far end of the tunnel, a figure. Lord Nicholas stands in the light. His posture is familiar, broad, unhurried, certain. He is holding Hugo's hand. Hugo is beside him, looking back at you, his expression unreadable. Nicholas does not look at you. He speaks to Hugo. He says, they will take him to see his mother now. Hugo looks at you. You are screaming his name. Your voice is as loud as it has ever been, and it does not reach him across that distance. Nicholas turns, he walks. He takes Hugo with him. The light closes. Then the darkness comes for you. The rats pour from the tunnel walls, more of them than any torch could hold back, more than your sling could break. A solid mass of movement that fills the passage from floor to ceiling. They reach you. The sound is enormous, and then it is nothing. everything goes black. You are not Amisha. You are small. You are sitting in a stone room inside a building so large it swallows sound. And the man who was just in this room with you has walked out with a glass vial containing your blood. The vial is still warm. You watched him carry it away as if it were a supply, and you were the shelf it came from. The Magister's parting words were clear enough. Whether you see your mother is not his decision. That decision belongs to the Grand Inquisitor. You will wait, and the Grand Inquisitor will decide, and you will be grateful for whatever is offered. The room is quiet. The door is closed. You sit with your hands in your lap. Then, from under the chair you are sitting on, a rat. It moves to the center of the room and stops. It looks at you. This should be frightening. Rats have been the shape of death since the beginning. But this one is different. It is waiting. It is waiting for you. You slide off the chair and follow it. It leads you to a cupboard door set low in the wall, barely large enough, but large enough. The passage beyond is dark and smells of old stone and animal warmth. The rat moves ahead. You move after it, and the bastion opens around you in a way it never would through the door. The Inquisition's headquarters is a building that is also a machine. Corridors running between workrooms where monks process records and clerks copy orders. Soldiers at intersections with their backs to low doorways that you can slip through while they face the other way. You are small enough to move under tables, behind crates stacked against walls, through the spaces this building was not designed to guard against, because the people who designed it were not thinking about children. You move through it all on your hands and knees when you need to, watching boots and robes and the lower edges of furniture, following the faint pull of something you cannot name. A courtyard opens ahead, an interior square of sky, gray and cold above the roofline. You stop for a moment and look up. You say, you can see the sky. The sound of your own voice in the open air is strange. The rest of this building has felt like the inside of something held shut. You keep moving. In a chamber ahead, through a gap in the stone wall, you see them. The Archbishop is old and small in his vestments, a man made of ceremony and institution. He stands with a document in his hands. Vitalis Bainavant stands opposite him. Vitalis's face is as you saw it from the gallery, plaguing, the left eye dead and gray, the body sustained by something that is not health. He has a syringe in his hand. He has already done it. Your blood, drawn from you an hour ago, is in his arm. He is watching the Archbishop with the one eye that still functions. The Archbishop reads from the document. He says, "The Holy Father has issued an order of excommunication." He says, "Vitalis Bainavant, Grand Inquisitor, has been cast out of the church." He sets the document down. He does not stay to argue or explain. He walks out of the room, and the sound of his footsteps goes with him. And after a long moment, there is no sound at all. Vitalis does not move. He looks at the closed door. He says nothing. What passes across his working eye is not rage and is not grief. It is something much simpler, the expression of a man who has decided that a particular obstacle no longer exists. He turns back to the preparation on his bench. Lord Nicholas arrives at the door. He says, "He is with us. The plan is on track." Vitalis does not respond to this. He turns back to the preparation on his bench. Nicholas leaves to check on the prisoners. You pull back from the gap in the stone. The lower floors are below the administrative level, shelves of materials, equipment, the infrastructure of years of alchemical study. You pass through them in the dark, careful, watching. These are the spaces where the Inquisition has been doing what Lucas does, studying the macula, preparing compounds, trying to force what cannot be forced. The equipment here is better than anything Lucas has ever worked with. You go down. The architecture changes at the lower level. Stone gives way to older stone. The passages narrow. The torches are further apart. This is the prison level of the bastion, a different kind of space than the floors above, built for a different purpose. You follow a corridor. Lord Nicholas is somewhere ahead of you. You can hear the measured pace of his boots on the stone. He is moving toward the dungeon. You shadow him at a distance, moving quickly through an alternate passage in the courtyard that brings you ahead of him, and you slip into a room ahead of him and stay low and still while his footsteps approach and pass and fade. Then you move toward the cells. You hear her voice before you see her. She says your name. She is behind a barred door in the far wall of the dungeon, her hands on the bars, her face in the torchlight. She is thinner. Her hair is loose. There are marks on her wrists from the iron. But she is here, and she is alive. And when she says your name a second time, you are at the bars with your hands over hers before you have finished deciding to run. She says, "You should not be here." She says it twice, but her hands hold on. She tells you to listen. She says, "The torturer is coming, and you must find the key to the cell before he arrives." She says, "There is something else. Have you heard it? The voices, the pull, the feeling that something beneath your skin is answering something out there in the dark. You have heard it since you came to this building. Since before." She says, "Go find the key." She says she will still be here. You go to find the key. The key is in a chamber above, a small high room with 2 lanterns set on beams of light, entering through shafts in the ceiling, and the key hanging on the far wall. Rats occupy the ceiling space. There is no direct path to the key while the light falls where it falls. You move the first lantern to clear a path through the rats, then the second, angling its beam to reach the key's position. The key falls. You take it. You go back to her cell. She is out in moments. She holds you for a long time, longer than the urgency of the situation should allow. And you let her because you have been alone in this building for a long time. And she is your mother, and she is alive. She pulls back and looks at you. She asks, "How is your head?" She asks, "Do you hear it?" The pull, the voices beneath the surface, the feeling that something inside you is trying to speak. You tell her yes. She says, "Answer it." She says, "Do not be afraid of it." She says, "It is part of you, and the people who came before you understood it, and you will understand it too." Something shifts. It is not a sound, and it is not a decision. It is more like a door that was always there becoming visible. You turn toward the rats in the walls, in the passages ahead, in the stone spaces of the building around you, and you speak to them without speaking. You tell them where to go. They go. This is the Imperium, the word your mother will use later, the name the Sanguinis Itinera gives it. For now it is simply this. You ask, and they answer, and the passage ahead clears. You take her hand, and you walk. The bastion is still full of soldiers, but the rats move ahead of you now, scattering guards from corridors before you reach them, creating a path through the building toward the exit. You move together, your mother's hand in yours, the rats running interference in the dark spaces to either side. And for a few minutes, you are close to free. Then Vitalis closes the trap. He has been watching. He sends soldiers in from every corridor at once, 6 directions, all of them converging on the prison level. He wants her dead, or wants you to understand that she can be made dead at any moment, which amounts to the same thing. You step in front of her. The rats are in the walls. They have always been in the walls of every building in this country, in every stone passage, and every dark corner since the plague began. You can feel them through the stone, through the floor, through the air, a vast and living pressure just beyond the visible world. You turn it outward, guard by guard, corridor by corridor. You direct the swarms. You hold the first wave and break it. You hold the second and break it. The rats do not ask you anything. They go where you send them, and they do not stop. And the soldiers cannot light enough fire fast enough to slow what comes for them from every direction at once. When it is finished, the dungeon is quiet. You stand beside your mother in the silence. The soldiers are gone, but the bastion is still around you, and Vitalis knows exactly what you just did. And whatever he absorbed from your blood is now more fully awake than it was an hour ago. You have shown him everything he needed to see. Vitalis's voice reaches you from somewhere above, calm, satisfied. He says, "Now they will see what they accomplished together. You are both still prisoners. There is a month in this story that belongs to no one. 30 days in which you are Amisha again, back in your own body, but barely in it. You know this because Lucas told you how long it had been. You know this because the marks on the shade-out walls, where Arthur carved tally lines, run to 31. You know this the way you know something you were not fully present for from evidence, not from memory. Hugo has been gone for a month. Somewhere across the city, inside the bastion, in the hands of Vitalis Bainavant. You have not eaten enough. You have barely moved. Lucas has kept you alive in the way you keep a fire alive when you are not sure whether the person who built it wants it to keep burning. The Shadow has been a kind of life. Roderick has worked at the walls, strengthening the places that were weak, opening new passages through the older wings. Arthur and Maylie have run supply routes. Lucas has read and prepared and waited for you to come back to yourself. Tonight is a brazier night. Every night is a brazier night now. The ritual of moving and lighting the fire sources around the ramparts and courtyards that keep the rat swarms from coming over the walls. Arthur is the one who helps you tonight, moving through the evening with the easy efficiency of someone who has done this enough times to stop thinking about it. Before you begin, you find Maylie and Arthur in the entrance to the great hall, arguing about something neither of them will fully explain when you interrupt. You send Arthur with you to the braziers. You send Maylie to help Lucas with the storage chest he has been trying to open for a week. You and Arthur work through the lower courtyard in the fading light. He is steady company, unhurried, present, not filling the silence unnecessarily. The braziers catch one by one. The rat line at the edge of the light holds. Then it does not hold. The central pit that contains the rats erupts. Not a gradual overflow, a coordinated surge, as if every rat in the city has been given a single direction at once. The swarms pour over the walls and through the gate gaps and up from the ground, and the braziers go out one after another as the mass of bodies extinguishes the firelight. And within a minute, the courtyard looks like the open field outside a city during a siege. You know what this is. You know who is doing it. You load your sling with ignifer and move. The rat vortices are everywhere great churning columns of rats that spin in the open air of the courtyard and shatter braziers and drive the light from the castle. You burn through them one at a time with ignifer, moving from cover to cover, relighting what can be relit, driving a corridor of safety through the chaos toward the great hall. Arthur stays with you, covering your angles, moving when you move. Roderick has opened the passage through the east wing. You move through it, Arthur behind you, and you reach the great hall. The others are already there. Lucas, Maylie, Roderick, all of them on their feet, all of them facing the main door. Lord Nicholas is in the doorway. He is holding Hugo's hand. Hugo is changed. He is still small, still recognizably himself. The same face, the same build, the same dark eyes. But the way he stands is different. He stands beside Nicholas the way a soldier stands beside a commanding officer, still, aligned, following an implicit order to hold position. There is nothing on his face that corresponds to seeing you. He is not surprised. He is not relieved. He is somewhere that is not quite here. Nicholas speaks. He says, Vitalis has spent the last month teaching the boy what he is. He says, the power Hugo carries belongs to something far older than any of you, and it is time it was used for its proper purpose. He says, turning to Hugo, kill her. Hugo does not move. He looks at you. But then the rats begin to turn, the swarms that were holding back, the vortices still spinning in the courtyard, start moving toward you. He is doing it. Not entirely by choice. The conditioning pulls at him, but it is happening. Roderick moves. He gets to you first, pulling you back and away from the leading edge of the swarm, putting his body between you and the rats pouring through the door. He holds that line. You call to Hugo through the noise. You say his name. You say, come back. And then you stop talking because words are not enough, and you run across the room and you put your arms around him. The rats reach you both. You hold on. You do not let go. You hold your brother in the middle of the plague that has always been the shape of his life, and you do not let go. And something in the conditioning, the month of silence and isolation, and Vitalis's careful architecture of separation, comes apart. The rats stop. Hugo's arms come up. He holds on too. Vitalis's work was thorough, but it was not stronger than this. Nicholas does not wait to see what happens next. He moves directly for you. You shout to Arthur. You point to the scaffolding above the doorway. The wooden support frame Roderick built into the east wall during the last month of fortification work. Arthur is already moving. He climbs fast, reaches the release, and the scaffolding comes down. It hits Nicholas. It hits him hard. The crash fills the hall and the dust rises, and for a moment you think it is done. Nicholas gets up. He rises from under the timber with the deliberate, unassisted movement of a man in heavy plate armor who has been trained since childhood to get up from exactly this. His sword is still in his hand. He turns toward the nearest person. He stabs Arthur. The blade finds the gap in Arthur's guard, and Arthur folds without a sound. And the sound that Meili makes from across the hall is unlike anything you have heard come from a human being. Nicholas turns back to you. You have Ignifer, and you have Extinguise, and you have Hugo's hand in yours. Nicholas moves toward the torches at the wall. He keeps them lit, keeps the light sources around him, keeps the rats out of reach. His armor is impenetrable to your sling. He is the kind of soldier who was built specifically to be impossible for someone like you to kill. You load Extinguise. The first throw douses the torch nearest him. The light drops on that side, and the rats come in from the dark. And he moves, sword catching fire as he backs toward the remaining light. The second throw hits the blade. The burning sword goes dark. The light it was producing collapses, and the rats come from that direction too. He moves again, his armor now burning Ignifer, caught in the rat vortex that presses close. And the third throw lands on him directly, and the flames gutter out on his chest and shoulder. And then there is no light around Lord Nicholas at all. Hugo stands beside you with his eyes closed and his hand in yours. The rats come from every wall. Nicholas dies on the stone floor of the courtyard of the Shadow Dombridge. He is the last of the soldiers who came here. Meili is on her knees next to her brother. She does not look up. She stays there for a long time while the rest of you stand at a careful distance and let her have the room she needs. When she rises, her face is a closed door. She does not speak about what she is carrying. She speaks about what comes next. She says, Vitalis. You say yes. The group, you and Hugo, Lucas, Roderick, Meili, has nothing left at the Shadow. The Inquisition knows this place. Arthur is gone. The walls Roderick built and the fires you have kept lit every night for a month are no longer the point. The point is across the city, in the bastion, behind stone walls that have protected an archbishop and his project for long enough. You are going to the city. You are going to end this. Beatrice is still in that building, and you are going to bring her out. 5 people walk toward Bordeaux. You and Hugo, Roderick, Meili, Lucas. 5 people with a cart of supplies and a single purpose: to go into that city, into the bastion, and end the thing Vitalis Bainavant has been building towards since, before any of you were old enough to understand what the macula was. Hugo has crossed the final threshold. You felt it happen at the Shadow. In the moment, you held him, and the rats went still. The Sanguinis Itinera named it. Beatrice feared it. Vitalis engineered everything in this story to bring it about. Hugo is in full command of the Imperium now. The rats answer him the way the wind answers a change in weather, completely and without argument. He is 7 years old, and he is the most powerful thing in this country. So the Inquisitor's research has confirmed is Vitalis. The city walls are ahead. Meili goes ahead to scout the entry she has in mind, a quiet way in, something she would have known from years of moving through cities this size without being seen. She comes back cursing. The passage is blocked. A rat's nest, enormous, rooted in the approach. The Inquisition has ringed it with lanterns to contain it, but the nest itself has made Meili's route impassable. The way forward is the guarded way. Bordeaux, under the Inquisition, is a city that has been disciplined into submission. Soldiers at every gate, archers on the elevated walls, torches and lanterns placed at intervals to hold the rats below the surface. The streets that are visible from the approach are empty of ordinary life, civilians gone or locked in. The space between the buildings given over entirely to the Inquisition's patrols. The group splits. Meili and Lucas take one route. Roderick, you, and Hugo take another. You move through the city the way you have moved through every dangerous place since this started close to walls, reading the light, timing the gaps between patrols. But now you have Hugo beside you. And when an Inquisition soldier stands between you and the next passage, with nowhere to go around him, Hugo turns his attention to the dark spaces beneath the city's stones, and the soldier does not stand for long. Extinguis breaks their lanterns. Darkness follows. The rats follow the darkness. Roderick breaks what cannot be broken any other way. In the middle of the infiltration, you pass through a section of the city that Roderick recognizes. He goes quiet in a way that is different from his ordinary quiet. Not the silence of a man conserving focus, but the silence of a man looking at something he was not expecting to see. The forge is gone. His father's smithy, the building where Roderick was raised, where he learned the trade that made him who he is, where his family had its life before the plague took that life away piece by piece, has been burned out. The roof has collapsed inward. The walls stand, but they are black from the inside. The doors open on nothing. Whatever tools survived the fire have been taken. Whatever the forge was has been reduced to the skeleton of what it was. Roderick looks at it for a moment. He does not speak. Then he turns away from it and keeps moving, because that is what he does. That is what he has always done, and you follow him because there is nothing else to do. The streets narrow. A building ahead is burning, fire spreading unchecked from a structure, the conflict, or the plague, or simple chance has set alight. The only way forward is through it. You go through it. Ignifer and Extinguis and Roderick's shoulder against every barricaded door. And then you are through and out the other side into the cold air. And you are close now. Meili and Lucas are waiting where the routes converge. You are all five together again for the first time since you entered the city. Ahead, a long, open stretch of ground between you and the cathedral. Elevated positions on either side, Inquisition archers, positioned to cover exactly this crossing. There is no stealth route through open ground. Something needs to draw the fire. There is a heavy cart nearby. Pushed across the open ground, it would serve as cover, solid wood and iron, enough to shelter Hugo while you cross. You move toward it. Roderick puts his hand on your arm. He says, "Go protect Hugo." He moves to the cart before you can answer. He puts his shoulder into it, the same posture you have seen him use on every barricaded door and stuck gate and swollen timber since he joined your group. The posture of a man who has been doing this his whole life, and he pushes. The archers open fire. The first arrows hit him before he has crossed half the distance. He does not stop. He keeps his shoulder in the wood and his feet moving, and he drives the cart across the open ground through the fire coming down from the walls. 2 arrows, then more. He does not stop. You and Hugo reach the far side. There is a portcullis here, a heavy iron gate barring the path to the cathedral. You need it lifted. Roderick takes hold of it. You take hold of it beside him. The two of you lift together. The iron moves. Hugo goes through the gap, into the passage beyond. Then Roderick shifts his grip and takes the full weight himself. He has arrows in him, and he has been pushing a cart across ground that men on walls were trying to kill him for crossing. And he takes hold of the iron bars with both hands, and he holds the gate up on his own. The muscle he was born into, the strength he built at his father's forge over 2 decades. Every door he has broken down, and wall he has helped reinforce, and moment he has put his body between the group and what was coming for it. All of it goes into this hold. You go through. Meili and Lucas go through. Roderick does not come through. His hands stay on the iron as his strength leaves. He goes down on his side of the gate, his back against the bars, and his hands stay on them, because that is the last thing he was doing with them. And he does not have anything left to move them away. He looks at Hugo. He says he is sorry. He says he wished he could have done more. Hugo is looking at him through the bars. Hugo is 7 years old, and he has watched 2 people he loved die in the past 2 weeks. And he looks at Roderick with that knowledge already in him, already living in him, the weight of it too large for his face to fully contain. Meili does not speak. She has used up the words she had for grief on Arthur. She has nothing left except to keep moving, and she moves. You keep moving, not because it is easy, because Roderick lifted the portcullis so that you could. 4 of you reach the cathedral. 3 armored soldiers and 2 archers stand between you and the doors. Hugo sends the rats. The armored soldiers who would have required fire and precise stonework from your sling are simply overwhelmed. The rats do not respect armor. The archers fall. The doors open. You lock them behind you from the inside. The cathedral is vast and cold, and full of the particular silence that large stone spaces hold when the people who built them for ceremony are gone. The ceiling is high enough that the sound of your footsteps takes time to come back. Beatrice is here. She is suspended in a cage above the cathedral floor, iron bars, hoisted by a mechanism in the rafters, her prison turned into a display. She looks down at you. After everything, after all of it, Meili and Lucas move to the mechanism. They work it, hand over hand, lowering the cage. Roderick would have done it faster. You think this, and then you stop thinking it because there is no time. You and Hugo face the cathedral's far end. Vitalis Bainavant is waiting. He has been waiting since he first heard of the boy with the macula in his blood. He has been waiting while he dosed himself with episanguis to stay alive, while he excommunicated himself from the church and the church from himself, while he injected your brother's blood into his own arm, and felt the thing he had spent a lifetime chasing begin to stir inside him. He crossed the final threshold. He is what Hugo is, or believes he is, a carrier, a sovereign of the plague, chosen. His rats are white. They are not the black rats that have been the shape of death throughout this entire story. They are pale and hairless. The macula worked through him into something he has named angels. They move through torchlight, the light that has protected every survivor in this country since the plague began, the lanterns, the braziers, the torches that every person alive learned to keep burning, does not stop them. They are immune to it. Light is not a weapon against what Vitalis has made. He sends them at Hugo. Hugo sends his rats at them. What happens in the cathedral is not a battle in any human sense. It is 2 opposing forces of the same ancient power, channeled through 2 people at opposite ends of a life. A boy who crossed the final threshold out of love for his family, and an old man who crossed it out of the hunger to transcend his own dying. The rats fill the air. The white ones move through the falling braziers, and the black ones meet them, and it is chaos, and it is loud. And it is the end of the story of the prima macula in this telling. You move through it beside Hugo. Extinguis on the braziers fallen from the ceiling, clearing the fire, opening lanes. Hugo's eyes are closed, and his hand is in yours, and the vortices of his rats crash through the cathedral like weather. Vitalis hurls columns of his angels at you, vast pillars of white rats that crash down from above. You move, and Hugo counters, and you wait for the moment when the field clears long enough for your arm to work. The first shot finds him, the second, the third. He collapses. His angels disband. The white rats scatter and die where they fall. The black rats, Hugo's rats, the world's rats, recede toward the walls, toward the dark, toward the underground places they have come from. Not all at once, not globally in this moment, but the source of the directed madness is gone, and the swarms begin to follow. Hugo is looking at Vitalis. Vitalis is looking at Hugo with the one eye that still works. The expression on his face is not one you can name easily. It is the expression of a man who has reached the thing he spent everything to reach, and found it was not what he was told. He believed he was chosen. He believed the macula was transcendence. He is dying on the floor of a cathedral he never ruled with a boy's clear eyes on him. Hugo does not look away. He does not flinch. He looks at Vitalis the way you look at a true thing. Vitalis dies. The cage reaches the floor. Lucas breaks the latch. Beatrice steps out. You look at your mother across the cathedral. She looks at you. There is no speech adequate to this. You cross the distance, and she puts her arms around you, and Hugo is there too, pressing in from the side, and the three of you stay there for a long time in the cold, and the silence of a cathedral whose grand inquisitor is dead on its stones. Outside, the city is beginning to breathe again. 3 days later, the rats are gone. The town is small, and the streets have been swept clean, and there are people in them, actual people, going between the market stalls, not soldiers, not plague-fleeing survivors in transit, just people in a town 3 days into learning to be normal again. The festival is modest. Banners, a few stalls, the universal human impulse to mark a return to ordinary life with something that looks like celebration. Beatrice is at the cart with Lucas. She is weak. Captivity and Vitalis's methods have taken things from her that rest and proper herbs will need to return. Lucas is already thinking about the herbs. You bought them in the market. He will ask about them when you get back. Hugo has your hand, and then he doesn't. He has seen something. A stall set up for the fair. A shooting gallery with wooden targets on a rotating track. The kind of thing you would have walked past a year ago without thinking twice. He wants to see you shoot at something that doesn't matter. You step up to the stall. The targets move. You hit them, 6 of them, one after another. The motion so ingrained by now that it requires nothing from you except the decision to aim. The crowd that has gathered applauds. Hugo applauds loudest. It is the most ordinary thing you have done in this entire story. Hugo wants to go to the fair. You walk with him toward the entrance, toward the sound of music from inside. Something with drums, something that sounds like a thing you remember wanting before you knew what wanting cost. Two ushers at the gate stop you. They are not threatening. They are careful, measured, the tone of people relaying news they did not choose. They say, "A girl and a boy matching your description are wanted by important men." They say it the way people say things they are obligated to say. Vitalis is dead. But Vitalis was the grand inquisitor of the church in this region, and the church is larger than one man, and the church's understanding of what happened in that cathedral is not yours. To the institution that outlasts him, two children of a noble house killed its representative. That does not go away with the man. You and Hugo are not safe here. You are not safe anywhere the church's reach extends, which is most of France, which is most of everywhere you have ever been. You turn away from the gate. Hugo looks at the entrance behind you for a moment, the sound of the fair leaking out through the gap. And then he looks at you, and he takes your hand again. You walk back toward the cart. Hugo is quiet for a moment. Then he says, he has been thinking about Meili. He says, people have been looking at him since the rats left the city. The way they looked at him when Meili was still with the group before she went her own way. He says, she looked at him like that too, sometimes. Like she could not decide whether he was the reason things got better or the reason things got worse. He does not say it with blame. He says it the way children say true things, without the work of deciding whether they should. Lucas asks about the herbs. You give them to him. He examines them with the efficiency of someone who has already planned what he is going to do with them and just needed the materials to arrive. Beatrice looks at you from the cart. She looks at Hugo. She reaches out one hand, and Hugo climbs up next to her, and she puts her arm around him, and he leans against her. She is here. She is weak, and she is here, and she is your mother. And whatever the next place is, the new castle, the road between here and somewhere safe, the country the four of you are going to have to find your way through. She is here for it. The cart begins to move. You and Hugo are beside it. And then you are playing, running alongside it, the two of you, just running. The way children run when they are not running from anything. Roderick is gone, and Arthur is gone, and Meili is wherever Meili goes when there is nothing left to hold her to a place, and the macula is still in Hugo's blood, and will be there when it wakes again. And you are fugitives in a country you grew up in, and none of that is not true. And the cart is moving, and you are running beside it, and Hugo is laughing. The road ahead is long, and the cart grows small against it and smaller. And then it is gone, and there is only the road.